Good evening, everyone. Today's February 15th, the time is 6 o'clock, and I am calling tonight's informational meeting of the Providence School Board to order. Just a couple of quick house cleaning items before we get to the next item on our agenda. Quickly, I see there's a lot of folks signed up to testify tonight, and that's a great thing. Unfortunately, due to fire safety restrictions, we're splitting up the testimony. So there's folks waiting downstairs, and there's folks up here. We're going to do our best to cycle the folks that want to talk in and out of this room, so we're under that threshold for fire safety codes. I just want to assure everyone that everyone's going to be heard tonight. No one's not. And if you have something to say tonight, that's the whole purpose of this meeting: is to listen to you, to listen to your concerns, amplify your concerns, and bring them to the attention of the decision makers. I have more to say, but I'll frame this conversation a little bit more right before we get to public comment and you all begin to talk. Next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able to, could you please get up for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Erwin Vogel,
Here.
Tony Aiken, here. 19 Mahinkle,
Here.
Tyrell Stevens,
He's present, just stepped out.
George Matuk,
Here.
Melissa Hughes, here. Angel Newman, here. Michael Mina, Travis Escobar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. So tonight we are going to have an informational meeting. There's a couple of items in the agenda before school board members that we're not taking up at today's meeting, that we're going to postpone until our next meeting, which is currently being scheduled. So Charlie, would I make a motion to amend the agenda, or can we just skip over the items?
I would just move to the first item, take the items out of order, Mr. Chair. So
Alright.
first.
Mr. President, if I may, we have board member here that have a question regarding why you open this.
Absolutely. So due to an administrative error, so we have to file the agenda with the Secretary of State's office, and it has to be done in a certain way. Due to administrative error that wasn't done, so therefore we're going to take the agenda a little out of order. We're still going to get to your testimony. We're still going to have a presentation from the district regarding the closure of 360, and we're still going to hear everyone out who wants to speak tonight. So like literally it's a house cleaning item. We have a couple of action items that we're going to move to our next meeting, which is actually better because this is going to be a long meeting and I want the focus of tonight to be on your testimony. So I think actually it all worked out. So we're going to take items out of order. Next item is going to be superintendent's comments.
Good evening. My name is Scott Sutherland, and I serve as Chief of Staff with Dr. Montanez. Dr. Montanez has been able to join us this evening as he has been out sick this week. I'll be leading the conversation on his behalf tonight. Tonight's school board is a pivotal moment to discuss secondary redesign strategies. It's no secret that our high schools have faced persistent challenges. We have been working on redesign plans for the majority of Providence's secondary school campuses over the past year, as you will see in our PowerPoint presentation tonight. A bit about me: I have served Providence for 33 years, with 2 decades leading secondary high school initiatives. I've witnessed our collective efforts to improve pathways to careers and colleges. The journey of redesign is demanding yet incredibly fulfilling. Having served as a principal in several comprehensive high schools, including Hope, Mount Pleasant, Central, and William B. Cooley at the JSEC Juanita Sanchez complex, I've seen firsthand the opportunities large comprehensive high schools can offer our students. For instance, during my tenure at Hope High School, we established numerous pathways enabling students to engage in college and university classes, leading to scholarships, internships, college credits, industry recognition, and paid internships during your junior and senior years. Witnessing our own redesign team extend these opportunities to all our high schools fills me with great excitement. I am pleased to announce the names of our newly redesigned secondary schools tonight. The first is the Mount Pleasant College of Career Ready Academy, Hope High School Visual and Performing Arts, Del Sesto Middle School STEAM Academy, Dr. Jorge Alvarez Health and Finance Career High School, and the Juanita Sanchez Life Science Institute. These redesigned schools have captured the ideas of students, parents, teachers, and community stakeholders in their school-specific redesign plans. They have also undergone rigorous approval by the Rhode Island Council of Elementary and Secondary Education with a commitment to transform the landscape of Providence Public Schools. Tonight, many of you are here to discuss programming of 360 High School and the opportunity to engage in the redesign efforts of JSEC. Combining two entities can have its challenges, but we are excited about the opportunity this merger presents. Doubling opportunities for the Southside neighborhood of Providence in honors, AP, and the new life science programming within the Juanita Sanchez Education Complex. In terms of engagement, our Family and Community Engagement Office has personally reached out to every family at 360 High School, and 317 students can now participate in the School of Life Science at JSEC or any other academy of their choice while maintaining connections with their peers from 360 High School. We have planned 2 more parent events at JSEC, along with calendar student group discussions, surveys for students and parents to gather feedback on the next steps regarding exploratory courses of the new Life Science School. Despite our efforts to address the challenges facing 360 High School, it has struggled to demonstrate significant improvement in the key areas such as student achievement, attendance rates, and graduation rates. Therefore, the decision to merge the 2 schools to create one campus at the Juanita Sanchez High School aims to double the number of students participating in the new Life Science Institute, increase access to advanced placement courses and foreign language programs, and will provide students with more elective offerings and choices. We understand that this decision may invoke disappointment and concern from students, parents, staff, and the broader community. Rest assured, we are fully committed to supporting all individuals affected during this transition period. We will work closely with families to identify the best educational opportunities for our children and provide resources to ensure their continued academic success. Thank you for coming out tonight. We're looking forward to your engagement this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. All right, so we're gonna, again, we're going a little bit out of order tonight, so we're gonna go into our public comment next. But I just need to do a little bit of framing for everyone that's here tonight. So I wanna commend the district because when I learned about this closing, I told them that they would need to come forward at our next school board meeting and inform us and educate us on the how and why this is being done. That's first and foremost. So my understanding is that there are representatives here from the district that are going to speak on that matter. Secondly, I just want to remind everyone that our district is under state intervention. So what does that mean? I see a lot of students here. In case you don't know, it means that the decision-making authority over district operations, personnel, management, etc., programmatic decisions, etc., are done by the state. So in this case, the Rhode Island Department of Education. So in previous administrations, our school board would have had a role in that decision-making process. We no longer have a formal role in that decision-making process when it comes to items such as facilities and operations. But what we can do, and it's what we're doing here tonight, is we're amplifying the voice of the community. We're going to hear everyone out, and we're going to make sure that your concerns are brought forward to those folks that actually have decision-making authorities. What we can also do is be creative. We can work as a team here up at the school board to figure out ways that we can play a role, even if it's informal, to prevent things like happening in the future. One item that one of my colleagues who is not here tonight, Vice President Escobar, who's out of state, is working on is a school closure policy. Will that be binding once it takes effect? It will not be binding because, again, the decision-making authority doesn't rest here locally. However, it's a dialogue, it's a conversation, and we have the best intentions of implementing best practices. So I just want to remind folks of that fact that The folks up here do not have decision-making authority, but that does not prevent us from being able to listen to your concerns. So we're gonna move into public comment next, unless Chairman Mahingo, you have a comment about what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would also to like to add that like, the school board have a role. They play an advisory role to the district. And the reality is, the school,
Is the mic?
sorry, the school board do have power, and we do have a role as well. We have an advisory role to the district. And the reality is, I didn't know about disclosure or the president himself.
Thank you, Chairman. Comment?
Can we refrain from comment, or else we're gonna open up a can of worms to all the other school board members?
2 seconds.
Mr. Stevens, quick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just first, really quick, I just want to apologize to everybody. I made a request to move the meeting over to PCTA. They said that there is in fact rules in which we could have gotten fined. The president said I should have called him, but I don't have trust in him right now. So I just want to apologize to everybody, everyone on live stream. I want to apologize to all of you as well. And we hope that you stay so we're able to hear each and every one of you on today. Our duty is to definitely hear from each and every one of you and to elevate your matter. Yes, in fact, we don't have the final say so, but we are in fact here to take a stance. We're not here to be dismissive to the community, but to uplift the community. And I'm here for 360 High School and any other concerns that anyone's here for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Mr. Chair, before we proceed, I'd ask that we make a motion to move item 5, public comment, up to be heard next.
Do I have a motion to move item 5, public comment, up to next on the agenda? Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion, I have a second, all in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. So first on my list, we have Dory Love. Now, normally we restrict comments to 3 minutes apiece. I say try your best because there are a lot of folks here tonight. It is a school night and there's folks downstairs waiting that want to talk. But first on our list, we have Dory Love. Can Dory Love please come forward? Oh, I'm sorry, I have it in the wrong order. Kim Gallen. Do we have Kim Gallen? That's okay if they show up later. Someone raise their hand and tell me that Kim Gallen is here. What about Brian Barker?
Yeah, I'm here.
Mr. Barker, come forward. You can begin when you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you to Tyrell and Annette John for inviting us to testify. My name is Brian Barker. I'm a social studies teacher at 360 High School. I want to talk about the culture of 360 High School and what it has meant to me. At 360, I trust my administrators wholeheartedly. They've never treated me with anything other than respect, support, and even love. When my wife had a miscarriage in 2017, I was a complete mess. I went into Carrie Tuttleby's office and I broke down in tears. Her response was to comfort me. After only a couple years of working for her, I felt safe enough to let my boss see me in that state. I felt and I continue to feel her support and her care. The respect, the support, the love that I felt from my administration, from Carrie Tuttleby and from Rich Norris, extends not only to staff, but to students and families as well. In the words of Julissa Smith, a junior at 360, we have an amazing environment with students and teachers we can call family till graduation and long after. The bond between the students and staff in our school goes past just education. The quality of 360's culture is not in question. The data that you'll hear from other people tonight support it. People in the district have also praised it. So I'm baffled by the claim that 360's culture will be replicated elsewhere. Do they not realize that culture lives in people, that it's people and their dispositions and their choices that keep a culture alive? It's hard to imagine a starker contrast between the supportive environment at 360 and what we see at the district level. In conversations with my colleagues and with employees in the district office, many people have raised the specter of retaliation for speaking out. Now, whether or not this fear is warranted remains to be seen, but the fact that this fear exists indicates that something is wrong with the administration of this district. We, the educators, administrators, parents, and students, do not feel supported by the district. We do not feel listened to. We feel that decisions are made arbitrarily and in obscurity. We do not feel like we're members of a community that is built on respect. In this dark system, 360 is a light, and yet people are willing to let this thing that we've built be destroyed. You will not be able to replicate our culture somewhere else because the people who make it happen at 360 do not exist in any other place. And despite the refusal to call this a closure, you are forcing us out of one of what my students call a second home. In addition to being a teacher at 360, I'm also a resident of Providence. students. I have two sons, Ezra and Solomon, who will, I expect, soon enter the public school system. This experience has made me question my decision to send them into this district. Why would I want my children to be part of a system that does not value the voices of students and their families or of the community at large? I want my sons to emerge from high school with the same characteristics that we've seen so starkly in these amazing students over the past week. These young people are leaders. They are confident. They are caring. They see themselves as agents of change in the world. While we at 360 can't take full credit for who they've become, I know that we've helped them on this journey. And I want opportunities like this to exist for my sons too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, you have 3 minutes, you're gonna get ready.
Good evening. My name is Alejandra Lindstrom Peralta. I attended Providence Public Schools from kindergarten to grade 12. Inspired by the mixture of excellent and not so great teachers that I had during that time, and my commitment to Providence, I became a teacher specifically to teach in PPSD. For the past 6 years, I've been fortunate to teach at 360 High School and have found a family and a home. Something that, based on my experiences as a PPSD student, I didn't think existed. We have a principal and assistant principal who live for our students and go above and beyond to do what is best for them. Our teachers and staff are dedicated and truly caring. 360 is not a place where teachers show up just to collect a paycheck or to count down their days to retirement. Of course, this is the way a school should be, but sadly, it too often is not. I went to the so-called best schools in PPSD: Martin Luther King, Nathaniel Green, Gifted Program, Classical High School, and I can tell you that the sense of belonging and community, relationships and respect that are central to 360 were not something I experienced as a student. As with any other PPSD school, many of our students live through unimaginable difficulties and trauma, or are new to this country, or are simply going through the pains of being a teenager. Feeling cared for and safe are crucial to learning during this major time of brain development. For many of our students, this is their only safe place. Now what? They'll be thrown into a school with over twice as many students, without the positive culture and relationships that have been intentionally cultivated at 360? What will happen to our kids? If you're a parent, imagine if this was happening to your child. If you are not a parent, remember yourself as a teenager and what this sort of destabilization and loss would do to you. Please, please do what is in your power to help us keep 360 open. Thank you.
Nancy Piper, you could be in the next group of folks, that's all right. Lucia Mejia. Welcome.
Thank you.
You begin when you're
Good
ready.
evening. Can you please have an interpreter for me?
Be here, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Bienvenida.
Gracias por la oportunidad.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Mi nombre es Lucía Mejía Vallejo. Soy la mamá de Emmanuel Vallejo,
Emmanuel Vallejo.
un jovencito de 17 años con necesidades especiales que fue acogido en 360 hace 2 años atrás.
Perdón.
2 años atrás.
No, perdón.
¿Perdón?
Perdón.
Oh, mi hijo fue acogido en la escuela 360
Was taken at
hace 2
360
años.
school 2 years ago.
Es su tiempo de high school.
It was his time in high
Y
school.
quiero decirles sobre la experiencia
And I
que
want to tell
he
you
tenido
about the experience that I've had,
con mi hijo, que no
with my
es
son.
verbal,
that it's not verbal,
pero sí demuestra
But-
todo lo que él puede
it
sentir
does show everything that he can feel
en el campo de la escuela, en su área escolar, en su salón de clases.
in his
He,
classroom.
he podido notar desde que él
I've been
entró a
able
esta
to notice
escuela
since he's been going to the school,
el amor que él tiene por ser enseñado cada
The
vez
love
que él
that he
viene
has,
a la escuela.
for going to school.
sus maestros, sus
Teachers.
compañeros.
His students.
Entonces, para mí es muy duro y
So that
para
it's
mi
very
hijo
hard
en
for
este
my son
momento
at this moment
experimentar un cambio tan drástico
experience such a drastic
de
change.
que mi hijo no pueda estar dentro de su salón de clase
That my
que él
son can't be in his
regularmente
classroom that he
viene y
regularly
con
goes
sus
to,
maestros y con sus amigos.
and with his teachers and with his friends.
Esto causa mucho estrés para
causes
él
a lot of
y
stress for him.
y es demasiado difícil para
And it's
manejar
too difficult
los cambios.
to handle the changes.
Es por esto que yo estoy apelando
This is why I'm appealing
para que ustedes tomen en
for
consideración
you to take into consideration
el desafío que significa para los niños adaptarse a nuevas,
challenge
a estos cambios,
that it takes to
donde ellos no
adapt
van a
to these
entender, no
changes,
pueden
where
entender
they can't understand,
lo
not
que
going
está
to understand,
sucediendo y
what's going
donde
on,
nadie les ha preguntado a
and where
ellos
nobody has asked them
ni le han hecho saber lo que va a
or
pasar.
let them know what's going to happen.
Es bien difícil
It's very difficult
para él
for
y para
him
sus amigos y
and
para
for his
sus
friends
maestros
and for
también
his
y para
teachers
nosotros como padres
and
también.
for us as parents also.
Así que yo quiero por favor
So I would
apelar
like
a su conciencia
Please appeal to your conscience
porque tenemos niños que sienten
because we have kids that feel
diferente a como nosotros podemos estar pensando y sintiendo en este momento.
or how we can be thinking and feeling at this moment.
Sé que hay muchos retos
I
a
know that there's
nivel
many
administrativo,
challenges at the administrative level.
pero esto no puede traspolarse a nuestros hijos
This can't
y a la comunidad que
affect
va a
our
sufrir
kids and to
también.
the community that is going to suffer also.
Así que muchas gracias.
So thank you very much.
How about Sophia Lake? Welcome. You have 3 minutes. You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia, and I am a 360 alumni. I graduated in 2021 and would like to speak about the many amazing ways 360 has impacted my life. The first time I heard about 360 High School was at the high school choice fair held at PCTA. I walked around and saw many different schools, and most of them sounded the same. But when I got to 360's booth, one of the former staff members, Dulari, was telling us how 360 was unlike any other high school and was immediately interested in what the school had to offer. Since they prioritize different learning approaches, including mastery-based learning, where students get the opportunity to keep working on a topic that's being taught in class until they show that they have shown mastery. Being exposed to mastery-based learning is one of the many factors on why I graduated. 360 High School also offers project-based learning, which gives us a hands-on approach to learning different things. One of my favorite project-based learning assignments was in my freshman year when my 9th grade English teacher, James, came up with a project to teach us about empathy. He came up with this project because one of the students in our school never spoke because she didn't speak any English. So he arranged his students into groups, and each group had a day where they could not speak for the entire day and would need to find ways to communicate without speaking. Another amazing opportunity 360 has for its students is the last Saturday before the semester ends, they keep the school open for a few hours, and teachers will come in and help students catch up on missing assignments or even make up quizzes and tests, so they are able to get a passing grade for the semester. The biggest thing that 360 High does that no other high school does is that the school is on a first-name basis with the staff to form a closer connection with students. At 360, making the students feel safe and comfortable is the number one priority. We all know going from middle school to a high school is a huge transition and can be very nerve-wracking for freshmen. So 360 came up with an amazing program called Backpack Academy, where teachers encourage students to come together for a few days in the summer to help incoming 360 freshmen feel more comfortable with their transition into high school. Together, we come up with daily icebreakers and fun activities to get to know staff and other students. Not only do they talk about the school through activities, but they dedicate a portion of the day to do a mock school day so they know what to expect. I'm proud to say that I was part of the graduating Wolf Pack. If it wasn't for the amazing staff and teachers that do everything to fight for their students' education, I would not have been able to graduate. To Carrie, Brian, Rosanna, and Lisa, thank you guys for coming together and finding a way to help me succeed when I was struggling and needed that extra push. And thank you to Alejandra, Cassie, Daisy, and Jamie for always keeping your doors open and letting me come to you guys during lunch, which we call our advisory. And at the end of the day, to talk to you guys when I was struggling and needed someone to talk to. Shutting down 360 isn't closing the school. It's closing down a community where staff, students, and alumni can call their second family home.
Next we have Kimberly Lamer. Kimberly Lamer. How about Katie Rockwell? Kimberly's here. What?
Good evening. My name is Keely Rockwell, and I'm a social studies learning facilitator at 360 High School. If you have ever been to our school, you know that when you are here, you will be bothered. Students are bothered daily in the hallway by our assistant principal, Rich, who knows and will call out your full government name if you're running late to class. They're bothered by home visits from our counseling team when we notice your face is missing from those hallways. Even when the school day ends, Saturday study jams, after-school office hours, and extracurricular programs like Gentlemen's Academy mean that somewhere, someone, somewhere is bothering you. Adults are bothered too. Teachers are bothered by administrators and coaches who are constantly in our rooms giving us feedback. And administration is bothered by everyone because students, faculty, and staff are always voicing their opinions, ideas, and concerns. 360 runs on being bothered. Being bothered means you are a part of the community, that you are seen and believed in. When a school bothers, it cares. SurveyWorks data backs up what these anecdotes show to be true. 360 High School outperforms the state average by 11% in school climate and student-teacher relationships, and by 8% in rigorous expectations in school belonging. As Khalil Dasake, District Transformation Officer, noted in his February 6th meeting with faculty announcing our impending closure, 360's school culture is second to none. We are here now today because no one bothered to consult us in this decision to close our school. PPSC's turnaround plan promises to use data to inform decisions and claims that families will have a voice in their child's education. Again, no data supporting this decision was provided to faculty when the closure was announced, nor were families aware that such a decision was being made. This lack of transparency and accountability directly contradicts the supposed goals of the district and the current takeover. It is also indicative of a greater disregard for the needs of students and families. 56% of 360 students are identified as multilingual learners, which is second only to the Newcomer Academy for the highest proportion in the district. Closing the school is an equity issue. So tonight we are here to bother, because bothering means that we are part of the community, and it means that we care.
Lindsay Piper. Welcome, you have 3 minutes and you can begin when you're ready.
Thanks everyone, good to see you again. I'm Lindsay Piper. I teach third grade ESL in Providence. I just want to say that I'm a little bit disappointed that this meeting wasn't moved across the street to PCTA, I gotta say. I don't know who made the decision to keep it here, but it's undemocratic and there's about 70 people down the stairs who are holding it down. So feels to me like we need to be opening up spaces when you know there's going to be a big public turnout. I'd like to see us do better and open up those spaces so that we can make sure that everybody's voice is heard and so that we can have a cohesive presence. So I'll just start with that. Obviously, the closure of 360 is egregious and unwarranted, but it's unfortunately not surprising given the playbook of administrators and RIDE throughout this takeover. Since the start of the takeover, RIDE and PPSD administrators have manufactured and replicated inequities in this district. We've had enrollment losses due to charters, and RIDE continues to approve charter expansion while urban districts in the state are suffering. I watched this destruction happen to my own school at Webster. We went from 3 stars in 2019 to a 1-star school. This was directly created by the decisions made by staff during the takeover. We had unexpected and unwarranted changes in leadership, mid-pandemic, mistreatment of educators, which led to vacancies that remained unfilled, students who were split for up to 8 weeks into classrooms 2 grade levels below their own. And then it's a cycle because parents were upset with the vacancies and they started to move to charters, which lowers our enrollment. This is happening all over the district. And they're creaming the highest achieving students. This closure is just one in a long line of inequities created by and exacerbated by RIDE and PPSD. And to be perfectly honest, one of the pieces that's the most frustrating is that this closure is directly related to the state funding formula and the inequities that are inherent within that. I know this is outside of your scope, I'm gonna say it here because that's how I roll. The fact that we have federal policies that require additional funding for multilingual learners and for special education students, we know that we have a high population of those learners, but we're not provided enough. And therefore we have a budget deficit. I can't believe that we're in the middle of a hiring and a budget freeze right now. There are classrooms that have no paper, no toner, no pencils, but the district is still conducting walkthroughs, still holding teachers accountable to be on pace. The conditions are worse than they've ever been. We're facing layoffs for the first time in years. And there are a lot of words to describe this takeover, but I'll just say that the lack of transparency, the ghosting, the gaslighting, and the lack of accountability on the part of the district and RIDE are the ones that ring most true for me in my experience, and 360 is just another example of that. The money that consultants are earning right now belongs to our students and our schools, and we could avoid this stuff. Thank you.
How about, what do you have next up there? We got this person. How about Andrew Cormier?
I was skipped completely.
No, he just called your name. We just called you.
Heard it. No, I can't heard it.
I'm happy to sit.
Is my mic not working? Can you guys hear me?
It's okay. I'm just trying to help you.
Are you Kate or are you someone else?
Caitlin.
Okay, we also skipped Kate C, whoever that is.
Yeah.
We didn't announce that person's name.
I should go forward. You can go first.
I don't know who they are, but we did skip that name.
Is there a Kate here?
She didn't check in.
She didn't check in.
I mean, we're gonna listen to everyone tonight. I'm just going by the list of names that I have in front of you. But at the end, if you're not on this list, we'll still allow you to come forward and give your message. All right, begin, Mr. Beck. Are you ready?
Good evening. As many of you already know, I am Kate Trudell. I'm a parent from Southside Providence and an advocate for all of PPSD students. Tonight, I would like to say many of you should truly take a note or two from Tyrell Stevens and Knight Jean. Those 2 members have been very active in the school system for more than just a photo op. Last year, when the school closures happened, Javier was injured, crippled with his leg. This year, he's sick. Real surprising. I must say, Superintendent, I'm sure you are watching somewhere. With all due respect, you are standing by and probably even contributing to the destruction of PTSD while charters keep moving in. Laurel was closed because it was not safe, yet charters could take it over. ISF was safe, but the company that the commissioner hires can work and be in there daily, which I do know, since I live across the street and need to pass by whenever I leave my house. And now you're closing 360. You're doing to them exactly what you did to us last year. Why are you destroying our public school system when you should be protecting it and even taking advantage of smaller classrooms, or maybe adding more preschools and providing support for incoming IEP students like the lawsuit stated? Here's an idea. Ship Angelica back to New York. There's your 1.8 million saved, probably more if we should stop pocketing money from the district.
Well, you have 3 minutes, you can give me your rest.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Cormier. I live in the West End neighborhood of Providence, and this is my colleague, Madeline Rivero. She lives in the Washington Park neighborhood of Providence. We're both special education teachers at 360 High School in the ARR program, formerly known as ECS, Exceptional Child Services. We serve students with severe and profound learning needs. We're here this evening to make sure they also have a voice in this closure. On Wednesday, a representative from PBSD informed students about the seemingly predetermined fate of 360 High School. Madalena and I sat with our students listening while we all collectively processed the news. One of our students, an exceptional artist, sat listening to the presentation and adjusting a picture he was working on to his perception of what was happening in the room. This particular student has many sensory needs, and drawing helps him keep regulated. So we carry paper for him, wherever we go in the building. Admittedly, I was paying little attention to what he was drawing while the meeting took place. I remember smiling as he joined other students in solidarity holding up his picture. His mom has granted me permission to share this. In the picture, you can see people looking towards the stage while a man with a microphone and kind of an angry face delivers a message as a concerned woman, our principal Tuttleby, right here, and another man, Assistant Principal Norris, look on. On the back of his picture, he wrote in big letters, "We love our teachers." This nonverbal student was acutely aware of what was happening at the meeting, and he cared. Our students have exceptional needs and require the highest levels of support. They require highly specialized instruction, therapies, and trained staff to meet their educational, physical, and emotional needs. Without a safe, supportive, and highly predictable environment, our students are unlikely to meet their potential. Despite these extraordinary needs, their families have received little information or consideration about their students' futures next year. Instead, they receive, inappropriately, the same general letter that all students received about the Life Sciences Center at JSAC. It has fallen on Madalena and me to provide hollow assurances to these families about their future next year, and we don't have any information. One theme you'll hear a lot about 360 is its undeniable culture and community. Like all students, our students benefit from an environment that makes them feel safe and supported. Our students are celebrated members of 360 because of the culture built by our administrators, Principal Carrie Tuttleby and Assistant Principal Rich Norris. They are allies and advocates for all students, but especially ours. Unfortunately, the unexpected closure of 360 High School feels like another callous example in the long history of those with disabilities being an afterthought in an educational bureaucracy that neglects the best interests of students, families, and the community. These students deserve better. Thank you.
Welcome, you have 3 minutes and you can begin when you're ready.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Me gustaría iniciar esta speech, o como ustedes quieren llamar, preguntándole quién habla español aquí de ustedes. Those who didn't understand felt the same way that I felt when I entered Mississippi High School. I didn't need nothing at all. To be honest, English wasn't my strong point. But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Anisi Morales. I'm a senior at 360 High School. During 4 years at 360 High School, I learned several things. The most important one was to speak for myself in front of unfair situations, and I believe this is one of them. Closing in a school without any input from the students, families, and staff, they're defying unfair situation. As a person new, as a as a person new to learning English, it wasn't easy at all to speak a new language where my accent and pronunciation were not the best thing. With 360 High School now, with thanks to 360 High School, now I'm able to speak without being scared of being judged. The staff members and the students also help me to believe more in myself, and and also that people learn from mistakes and human being, and that's a human being process. That at some point of life we could learn, and this could lead to a success and succeed. 360 High School is not just a building for me and for other students. It is a place to feel like a family, and that is why I believe 360 High School should stay open. And I would ask that please encourage those with the power to make their choice, to make their correct mind. Thank you.
Welcome, Patrick. You have 3 minutes. You can begin when you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the school board, for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Patrick Shelton. I'm a 5th grade teacher at the Martin Luther King Elementary School in Providence. I'm here tonight to strongly speak out against the plans for the closure, forced merger of the 360 High School. I feel as though I'm suffering through a bad case of deja vu. I'm a former teacher at what was Washington Park's only school, ASF at Broad Street. That, too, was abruptly closed without community input. Chief of Staff, I wish Superintendent Montanez was here, but Mr. Sutherland, you were there breaking the news to the faculty at Broad Street just last year. And I just have to ask, how did we get to this point again? You realize that one of the core values of RIDE's turnaround of the district is transparency, specifically that information must be available and it's accessible to families so that decisions can be driven by data and informed by the community. 360 is now the 4th school in the district to be closed or scheduled for closure without seeking any community input. All these decisions to close these schools have been made behind closed doors and only publicly shared with the affected parties in emergency last-minute meetings. District leadership. How do you look students, families, educators at 360 High School in the eye and feel comfortable with this farce of a process? What real transparency looks like is what recently happened in Coventry, where the superintendent presented plans for consolidating the town's elementary schools from 5 to 4. Coventry Superintendent Cowher, after hearing the opposition in the community, backed off the plan. In a quote to WPRI, he said, "Even though I felt it was a good proposal and a good plan to get us in a better place operationally and educationally, it's hard to move forward without public support." Members of the board, after seeing how decisions are made in Coventry versus how they're made in Providence, do any of you in good conscience believe that the voices of students, families, and educators in Providence are in any way given the same weight as those of the citizens of Coventry? Here in the capital city, the students of 360 got a few minutes of face-to-face time with the superintendent to explain the decision before he passed the responsibility to a turnaround officer working for the district who happens to reside in Pennsylvania. When will district leadership start to treat students, educators, families, and citizens of Providence with the respect that they deserve? Please take some ownership of the fact that you, Chief of Staff Sutherland, Superintendent Montanez, district leadership are in charge. I urge you to reflect on how poorly you're communicating your initiatives with all the affected parties. Tonight, I ask all of you on the board to use whatever power you have to speak out against this forced merger. Look at the data about the school culture, listen to the students, families, and educators of 360, and call on Super Martinez to keep 360 open. Thank you.
Welcome, Ellen. You have 3 minutes. And you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Foley, and I'm a Providence resident, a Providence public school parent, and a proud 360 high school teacher. I have a PhD from the University of Pennsylvania, where I studied education policy. Before I came to 360, I was an associate director at the Annenberg Institute for School Reform and a clinical professor of education at Brown University. I mentioned my background because one area of my research was on developing leading indicators of school improvement. The idea was that overall achievement, like improvement in test scores, such as the SAT, that we use for accountability in Rhode Island, it's a lagging indicator. Test scores improve after other things are put in place. So we were asking, what are the things that tell us that a school is on the right track? I urge the board, please look at our data. 360 has most of those leading indicators. Things like school culture, student engagement, low vacancy, teacher retention, high teacher attendance, effective leadership, trust. Did you know that only 45% of Rhode Island high school teachers and staff respond favorably on survey works to questions about their school leadership? At 360, with 100% of staff responding, that figure is 82%. Leading indicators like these show that 360 is on the right track, or was, until this misguided closure decision was made. I understand that policymakers have a difficult job, and the looming budget crisis means some hard decisions must be made. But that means that wise, community-informed, and data-informed decisions are even more critical. I urge the board, in your discussion of the 360 closure later this evening, to ask, who was involved in making this decision? What data was examined? What alternatives that would preserve the good things happening at 360 were considered? I obviously have an emotional attachment to this school. I helped found this school. I've been teaching at it since it began. And you've heard from our amazing teachers and our amazing students. But our data supports us too. 360 is the kind of school that should be supported and expanded, not closed. Please do whatever you can to reverse this decision and keep 360 open. Thank you for your time.
Ashley Perry. Welcome, Ashley. You have 3 minutes. You know when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm definitely not going to take the whole 3 minutes because, in full transparency, I'm very frustrated with how this process is working right now. I would really love to know who is in charge because it doesn't seem like anybody seems to know who is actually running our schools and who is actually making these decisions. Nobody knows. When we had a parent meeting with the superintendent, he told us this is about dollars and cents. And I want to tell you all that not only is our kids worth a dollar and cents, but your job is to listen to our kids. There's a bunch of them here, and I would like for them to go up after me before any more of these adults. Because your job is to listen to our kids. That's what you're here for. Thank you.
So here's what I can say. I know it's a school night. We're going to get through everything. So if folks want to defer their time to students sitting in the audience or students who are waiting, we're happy to do that. Next is a student. Perfect. Steven Tavares. Steven, is he outside or downstairs in the overflow room? It's all right. If Steven is downstairs, they're watching downstairs. If you hear us speak, you can come upstairs and we'll hear him. How about Kristen Martinez? Right there, Mr. Martinez, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
You have 3 minutes and you can begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you for giving us the chance to come present and speak to everybody. My name is Christian Martinez. I've been a teacher at 360 High School for the last 6 years. This is my 10th year teaching in PPSD. In addition to being a teacher here in the district, I am also a graduate from Providence Public Schools. I attended a school called Providence Academy of International Studies, graduated in 2009. And from the time that I was a sophomore at Pais, I knew that I wanted to be a teacher here in this school district. I was inspired by the caring teachers that educated me at Pais, and how much they cared for me and all my peers back when I was in high school. So I grew up wanting to make a difference in the lives of students here in Providence, the same way that my teachers at Pais did for me. So for a long time, teaching here has been my dream, and I'm here 10 years later, still doing it. I was at Alvarez for a while first, and then I switched over to 360. And the first time I met with Principal Tuttleby, some of the math teachers there, and some of the students at 360 at that time for an interview, I was really blown away at how welcoming they were, how warm-hearted they all were. I really felt like that same spirit coming from them that I felt from my teachers back when I was at Pais. I was very moved by the meeting that I had with them. I knew instantly that 360 would be a place for me to grow and to continue to learn more as an educator and push myself to be, the best teacher that I could be. And to this day, I believe accepting the position at 360 High School is the best career decision I've ever made. The past 6 years have been the best years of my career. The students, the staff, and the leadership I've been blessed to work with at 360 have inspired me to continue growing and learning. As a community, we have demonstrated that school can be different than the traditional one-size-fits-all model. While we're anchored by our mission to create students who are designers and makers of their world, we've also raised our academic rigor and our expectations for our students year after year. We've worked tirelessly to build a school that not only works for our students, but works with our students to build on our successes and tackle our challenges. So I've been broken by the news that PPSD is planning to close 360 at the end of the school year. The decision caught me completely off guard. I never even realized that our school closing was something that was on the table. Our school year started, business as usual. We had PD on a new learning management system. We were one of the first schools to be listed for the ISB, and we got great feedback on the visit. So everything seemed fine, and then all of a sudden we were just being told that we were going to be closed. This decision is a confusing one. There was no input from the community about the decision to close our school. There was no communication from PPSD that our school was even at risk of being closed at the end of the year. The only communication we received happened after the decision had already been made. On Tuesday of last week, our staff was notified by email in the middle of the day that we would have an emergency meeting at the end of the school day. At this meeting, we were told straight up that 360 is being closed, and that the staff and the faculty would be without a position for next school year. We were told that we could reapply for a newly merged Juanita Sanchez school. And we were also told that internal applicants would be considered before external. But the one question that we kept asking, and we never got an answer to, is why do they want to close 360? Or any school really, for that matter, in the district. I am strongly urging the school board to voice your opposition to this closure of 360 and any school in the district really. Why close 360? Why close a school that's been a safe haven for the students? Why close a school that the staff enjoy working together? And why close a school that has great leadership that pushes us to better ourselves every day? We should push for clear, detailed responses to all the questions I'm asking. And also, I know the city council raised some questions as well, so we should get answers to those questions also. And we also should be pushing for a list of actual alternatives that the school district looked into before making this decision to close 360. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Next, we have Jake Bogatz. Jake, if you're in the overflow room and you want to speak, you make your way upstairs. We'll get to you. Please notify our clerk that you're here. Arlene Hernandez. Welcome, Arlene. You have 3 minutes and you can begin when you're ready.
Good evening. I'm going to start with a quote from Octavia Butler. Without positive obsession, there is nothing. Excuse me, nothing at all. The obsession of all of us here present in this room to keep our home open won't end tonight, tomorrow, or any weeks to come. My name is Arlene Hernandez, and I am a mom of a senior and a junior that attend 360 High. I've been known to be that mom who certain people might have something to say about because I am one who likes to be very open with my feelings, especially when it comes to my children. I have previously written letters to the school department, the mayor, and I have gone to speak to certain principals' bosses for the way one of my children was bullied and harassed within the school system by one of the administrators to one of your biggest high schools in Providence. And that's specifically one of the major reasons why I chose 360 for my children, for my daughters. I was very skeptical of the small school atmosphere, but I do have to say that was one of the best decisions I have made. My girls are thriving. They've become more outgoing. They've played sports for the school for the past 3 years, and I have developed so many pure-hearted friendships. While being at such an inviting school, my daughters are looking forward to attending college, which they didn't really think they would be able to do or wanted to do after high school. And it brings a lot of joy to my heart because of the amazing people currently being laid. It brings a lot of joy to my heart because of the amazing people currently being laid off as of July because of the merger that literally blindsided each and every single one of us. That's one of the biggest motivations for me being here, to express my disappointment with you, with the decision you have all made. We parents, specifically myself, chose 360 for many different reasons, and you've taken that away from us. If I wanted my children to go to any other school, I would have chose that school from the very beginning because I like consistency in my children's life. And you might as well, and you might say, but they're already in the same building. But if you're not there experiencing the love and support these kids receive each and every single day from the wonderful staff at 360, you will never understand the need for us to fight for our school or for our family. 360 to everyone else can be compared to oak trees on the surface. Oak trees don't seem to set an intention to listen to each other better or agree to hold on tight to one another when the storm comes, just like any family. But under the surface, we always reach out for one another. We grow so much that our roots are intertwined to create a system of strength that is resilient on a sunny day as it is in a hurricane. And this merger and closure of 360 and their hardworking family is our very own hurricane.
Welcome, Krista. You got 3 minutes. You can begin when you're ready.
Good evening, teachers, students, and school board members. My name is Ace, and I'm a class of 2025 student at 360. 360 is a place of community and culture. It is the place where I learned to step out of my shell because of the kind and welcoming community. 360 has teachers and staff that actually care about the student, and they really want us to succeed. 360 has become a safe space for me. Teachers like James Deignan, Ryan Barker, Brian Gould, and Charlie Delavois are my support system. When I have problems with things outside of school, I know I can go to them when I need to talk to someone. James, for example, was my teacher for 2 years, and I still go to talk to him about things. He was there for me when I came to school really late into the year during my freshman year. He regularly checked in with me to see how I was doing since being placed in foster care. I have been in foster care since February of 2022. And I've also been having struggles with my biological family along with that. The teachers and staff in 360 have been one of my biggest sources of motivation for me to keep going, both in my educational career and in my personal career. They've taught me things that can, they taught me that things can be better. When I first started attending 360 High School, I had many health issues, including seizures, tic disorder, and episodes where my body would lock up. The 360 staff have been so helpful and encouraging with my transition and getting better. Other great things about 360 is that we have people like Rich Norris, the assistant principal of 360, who make the school a fun learning environment. For example, when students walk into school, Rich is there singing and welcoming the students into school every day. And Ian Newport, a behavioral supervisor, who walks around school with a smile on his face, happy to help students in any way he can, who goes around during lunch waving and encouraging students to eat healthy. 360 High School is where I found that I am worth being accepted. It's a place where I am able to express who I am without being judged for being different. At 360, I have made strong connections with both students and staff. We have a strong community and we treat each other as a family. 360 is a small school which allows teachers and students to connect more in the classroom compared to bigger schools that don't have the ability to have one-on-one teaching during class due to the larger number of students in a classroom. These are only a few reasons why 360 should not be closed. We have a strong sense of community, and if the administration chooses to close 360 High School, we will be taking a place that feels like home from all of us at 360 High School. Thank you.
Welcome, Tim. You have 3 minutes. Can we know when you're ready?
Thank you, and I appreciate everyone for coming out. I especially appreciate Mr. Shelton. I also found myself in a bit of a time warp. It was almost 1 year ago that we heard about the closing of Broad Street as well as Laura, and especially as Del Sesto, as we are getting our middle school friends. I want to really impose upon the board the impact this has across the district. I've worked with Del Sesto for about 5 years. I've watched almost half of the staff turn over. I've watched my colleagues, my friends leave the Providence Public School District for places where they are respected, where their jobs are kept, where they have security in their role as educators. The week that the 360 shutdown was announced, our 8th graders were playing at high school choice sports. No information was communicated to my 8th graders. I had to offhandedly tell every 8th grader I saw, hey, I hope you didn't put 360 as your choice. That school is being closed. And this is what my 8th graders have heard for years now, that schools are being closed, their friends are being shut out of their communities, the teachers that they care about are losing their jobs. They are very aware that this is happening to us and they see the impact that it has on us as professionals. Del Sesto is in redesign. I have been one of the community advisory board members and the school improvement team members for the 5 years that I have been a part of the Del Sesto community. Never have I heard that we could take over a building or shut down another school. Never have I heard that an impact of our school's redesign could result in the closure or the loss of a home or another school family. I don't think that is right. It does not make me feel confident in our school decision making. And I believe that the school board should hold accountable PPSD and RIDE for, again, this almost annual lack of transparency and lack of communication to students, staff, and families across Providence. I also just want to name that our school staff retention should be a real goal. Why would I stay in a district where I do not know if I will be called into a meeting 10 minutes before I leave my workday and find out that I don't have a job? It is not okay. And it does not create a system where we have strong, intelligent, caring educators that want to continue to support our students. I had a Del Sesto alum talk to me yesterday and mention that they were considering transferring into 360 because of its small school community. And especially as someone who works with middle schoolers, I keep an eye out for different pulses of the school. I've recommended 360 significantly to my students because of its small school community, the fact that teachers care about my students. And I've seen my 8th graders right now, they have gone with vacancies in their science classes for multiple years in a row. That means that an 8th grader has gone without science education their entire middle school career. And then I watch them go to high school, and I hope that they are okay. And when I refer them to a place like 360, and you see with folks coming out who have to go to work tomorrow, that these people care about these children. And to close down this school without any input, again, becomes this annual school closure. It is not right. It does not create confidence in this place of employment. And it severs love and community, as you can see, not just at 360, but across the district.
The first person is Dory Love. Dory Love? Dory Love, if you're in the overflow room and you hear me, you can make your way upstairs and just notify the clerk that you're here. We'll move on to the next person. Clementia Sylvester. Welcome. You have 3 minutes and you can begin when you're ready.
Hello, board and community. My name is Chase Clementia Sylvester, and I am the program director at Youth in Action. I am also a survivor of severe domestic abuse and intimately understand the importance of school communities and educators as safe havens. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my organization, but also for the little girl that would not have survived without her high school teacher. Our thoughts are organized into the following letter. Dear school board, it is with great concern and frustration that we present this testimonial to you. Our alumni, youth participants, and partners within 360 and the school district are expressing alarm that such a drastic decision was made without input from the students and families, the community members most impacted. After nearly 5 years of the state takeover, with a common theme back in 2019 being a high need for more youth and family input and involvement, such a decision is a reminder that actions speak louder than words. Your commitment for community leadership continues to show up as a non-priority, because if it was, the youth, their families, and those within the school would have been a part of the decision and process leading up to it, rather than being an afterthought to make room for closed-door bureaucracy. If you had made room for the impacted to lead with you, you would hear incredible suggestions such as closing the school in stages, similar to how it was opened, allowing students and families to close out their time grade by grade, or even working with youth and families to deepen their understanding of what's causing, quote, low performance scores, end quote, at the root level, and creating student/family-owned structures that amplify the culture and value system that make 360 unique. These are just a couple of suggestions that we have gathered. I wonder what you have gathered and ignored. Please do not mistake the most important message that is in this letter. Do not close 360. That's what the students are asking for and what the community is lifting as their priority. We've heard from the mayor and others who hold power name with absolute certainty that the school is closing. But as all of you may know, policies and procedures are structures to serve as a backbone, and nothing is absolute unless you want it to be. So on behalf of Youth in Action, do not close 360 and instead reconsider what it means to keep your commitment to engaging youth, families, and communities. As a youth-led organization, we know that our youth and our communities have the most innovative solutions to some of the most complex issues they face. If the school must close, we demand a co-creation plan with input centering a community approach that emphasizes the respect and consideration that our youth, families, and school staff deserve, and solidarity with our community's youth in action. Now, speaking for myself, some of you boldly claim that you do not have power. This is not only a loud lie, but an excuse. Regardless of what is decided, at the end of the day, I am still my outspoken, stormy, angry mother's daughter. I am one person, but I am not alone, as you can see. There are countless youth that are not in this space, unfortunately, and I rally behind them. And for that reason, I wish you the best of luck. To the youth watching in the overflow space or beyond, I am here for you. To the board, I thank you for absolutely nothing.
Welcome, Lenny. You have 3 minutes and you can begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Noemi Tavares. As a senior of 360 class of 2024, a senior class president, a student representative, a school ambassador, and a proud community member, like my classmates, I can proudly attest to the importance of 360 to the community of Providence. As an eighth grade, as a participant of the eighth grade class of 2020, I went into high school with extreme anxiety and low grades due to the pandemic and personal struggles. The culture at 360 was unlike anything I had ever seen and could be felt from the moment I stepped in the building. The safety and relief of the support system the school provided me lifted my confidence and grades beyond my own expectations. The staff at 360 believed in my potential when I couldn't do so myself. Seeing the passion that fuels these teachers and administrators every day to encourage and empower students inspires me to do the same as a leader. As a school ambassador, the first thing I discussed with incoming middle schoolers are the morals and principles we carry at 360. One that sticks with me the most is helping students understand their full potential and deciding what they will do with it. That is what I am doing here today, putting my potential as a leader to use, something that 360 has given me the resources to do over the past 4 years. Without 360 High School and its fundamental staff, the community of Providence will not be the same. The district is not only the people who work in this very building, but it is the students and staff as well. We are the district and we deserve a say in decisions that will affect us directly. A proper example to set for your students is to explain and understand the impact of the decisions you make. As a future educator, I would love the opportunity to teach in a district that considers the importance and impact of the decisions in full. I speak for the community when I say we have a voice, we will use it, community input matters, we deserve transparency and nothing less. Thank you for your time.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes and you can begin when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Nicole McLevin and I'm a current senior at 360 High School. For a long time, I thought that high school would be just another place where they only care about test scores and getting you out of the school system. But 360 has a completely different experience for me, and it would be a heartbreak for it to close. During the end of my sophomore year and throughout my junior year, I was going through lots of anxiety, depression, and other unfortunate instances throughout my high school career. Through it all, 360 has supported and found ways for me to do my work, even if I am not physically in that classroom. It was extremely hard for me to talk about, but the guidance counselors and staff at 360 made me feel safe, not judged, and that was an open space. Through all my ups and downs, highs and lows, 360 has always been my second home. Sometimes it feels even more safe than my own home, and I feel more welcomed here than anywhere else. In other schools, as a mixed person of color, I felt like I didn't belong in any specific group, and I didn't know where I belonged. 360, everyone is unique and accepts you no matter what ethnicity, shape, or gender you are. Everyone has a place at 360, and I feel like that's special to so many people. You can't really find any other school or building in Providence that has the same welcoming community and love that 360 emanates. My freshman year was during COVID, and everything was online, so I never really got to see the building. But when I came in my sophomore year, teachers that I have never even met seemed to know my name. I was quiet and didn't really speak up for myself. But after the last 3 years, I've come out of my shell more than ever. I never thought that at 17 years old I would be walking out of school and protesting to not have my school shut down, but yet here I am, and I owe all of that to the 360 staff. Without the school, I would not be applying to colleges or thinking about my future at all. And to be 100% transparent, I didn't think that I would make it past my 18th birthday. But now I feel like I can succeed in any career path that I choose to go into. If you choose to close 360, not only will you be closing a school, you'll be closing a safe space, a home, a family, and a model for what Providence Public Schools should look like. Families will be hurt, teachers will have to find new jobs, and students will lose their way. And more importantly, the culture that everyone knows 364 will be diminished or even disappear altogether. This is not fair to the students or the community as a whole. You did not include anyone from the community or 360 in this decision, nor did you even mention that this was a possibility coming into the 2023-24 school year. As a student, I had seen the effect that this has had on teachers, from crying in classes to being upset or angry that they can't think straight enough to keep the lesson that they had for that day. For those who say that this decision does not affect the seniors, it does, and it is actively affecting our learning environment, yet you want us to pay attention and graduate. How can we do that when students are more worried about where they're going to end up next year and if they'll even have a safe learning environment to come back to? I'm not speaking for me or for the rest of the senior class, I'm writing this for the juniors, sophomores, and freshmen who do not yet feel confident enough to speak for themselves or advocate for their class. I'm writing this for freshman year me who thought they wouldn't make it to adulthood. I'm writing this for sophomore year me who was confused and scared to come to school. I'm writing this for the junior year me who finally started to find herself but was still reserved and feared to go home every day. This school is more than just a school, and it's a home and it's a family. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jalen. I'm a student at 360 and I'm a freshman and I'm here to advocate for my school. As a student who has struggled with subjects and I've experienced and with just problems with learning in general, I've experienced at 360 that's so much more easier for me to actually do my work and ask for help because in middle school and elementary school I struggled talking. I hated like speaking out, asking for help. I was extremely shy. But here at 360, as soon as I walked through those doors, as soon as I hit my first period of class, I was met with such welcoming teachers and people who wanted to listen to what I had to ask and wanted to listen to what I had to say in general. And even with the upperclassmen, I didn't know anyone, and I knew some people through friends. And as soon as I got there, they welcomed me, they spoke to me, and they really made me feel comfortable for me to just like be who I want to be. I made connections really quickly, and that just made me feel, I want to say, like more alive than I would normally feel. And if you ask my mom, you could ask my family, I've become more active with just wanting to be out, not being stuck in my house all day, and wanting to actually do things, not be a kid that's just stuck in the room all day on the phone, scrolling through whatever. And because of 360, like I really love hanging out with people. I really love being out there. And my teachers, I love them for what they're doing. Their connections that I've built with them, it hurt me when I had to find out my school was closing on a random morning. I was so excited to go to school, but then I felt hurt that my teachers were losing their jobs. They weren't going to have anywhere to go the next year. And us being forced to merge with a school with a different type of community. It's hard to mix two things without really them being the same type of what's it called? The same type of community. 360 has really helped me with me being a better person and also just being a better person to speak for people. I feel bad for the people who can't speak out or who just don't want to because they're afraid their voices aren't going to be listened to. And because of everyone that I've met at this school, I felt so much better speaking out for people, and that's why I was here today. And now I feel like if anything is possible, I can do anything for my school, I will definitely do it because that's what 360 has done to me.
We have, it's almost 8 p.m. I know we have students that work here, some of you taking the bus to go back home. If the president would allow the to let students speak first.
Sure, come forward. So we'll do that. Thank you, Chairman, for the recommendation. Since I don't have your name in front of me, just state your name for the record into the mic.
Hey, some of them students downstairs want to come upstairs, and you guys tell them they can't come upstairs.
They can come up here, they're welcome.
Hey, they said let them in, let them in. Let them in, come on. Hey, they said let the kids in. Come on. Excuse me. They said let the kids in. They said let the kids in.
Speaking to the mic.
My name is Yanela Rivera. I'm a sophomore and student athlete at 360.
Come on.
Not here to radio about
Come on in. Get in here. Now you're gonna hear from the real people.
Welcome to all the students that are coming in. If we keep the volume down because you have someone providing testimony, we have a student providing testimony, finding it a little hard to hear.
Come on in.
Speak on behalf of my experiences here at 360. I moved here relatively late during the year, about a year ago, exactly, February of last year. And when I was here, I was immediately greeted with hospitality and everyone being nice. Nicole McLeland, one of my peers, and my good friend Mikey Ison, they both gave me a tour of the school. They were all cracking jokes, just trying to make me feel at home. The week after, even after my first week there, they were still checking up on me, saying how it was, how are my classes, if I liked the teachers. Even the principal and the assistant principal, Rich Norris, they both checked up on me and they showed like they just were there for me. So moving here was a really new experience. I decided to take on attempting to play basketball. So when that was told, I was told to talk to Rich Norris. From there, he helped me. He came in every morning at 6 a.m. to teach me, and this year I made the team. I made very close friends and colleagues, such as my good friend Elia Torres. But most importantly is the, the impact the school has had on me. Um, Before this, my 8th grade year school, I was very badly failing and I didn't show up to class for having almost 60 absences. So with this school, I decided to take on um, a new start. And with that new start, I was able to become a well-known role model for this class, and I was able to be welcomed to my community. That's all.
Thank you so much. Providence, so we're gonna do this in an orderly way. So we're gonna start row by row, and then we'll go around the walls. So is there anybody in the first row who's a student who came here tonight to testify, who hasn't gotten an opportunity yet in the first row?
The next person's gonna do it. Next.
Gabriella.
In the second row, we'll go Gabriella. Welcome, you have 3 minutes, and you can begin with your answer.
Good evening. My name is Gabriella Cardone. I am currently a sophomore at 360. Before I get to the main part of my testimony, I just wanted to say that I have many mental disabilities and learning disabilities, that smaller classroom sizes are mandatory for me to learn at the full capacity of my knowledge. Now, to get to my main gist. I come to you with a plea from the hearts of students, parents, and faculty alike. As this decision of closure looms over our school, I implore you to consider the profound impact such a decision would have on our community. Our school is not merely a brick or cement structure. It is our community's beating heart. Within its walls, friendships are forged, minds are enlightened, and futures are shaped. Its closure would not only deprive us of a center for education, but also rip away the social fabrics that bind us together. The closure of our school is not just a matter of logistics or finances. It is a blow to the essence of education. It is an admiration of the pursuit of knowledge is expandable, that the of our youth can be sacrificed on an altar of financial explicitity. We cannot allow such a message to be sent, for the consequences would be dire and far-reaching. The closure of our school would be a disservice to the generations yet to come. It would rob them of the same opportunities for growth, learning, and self-discovery that we had been privileged to experience. Education is not a luxury, it is a right, and we have a moral obligation to ensure that it remains accessible to all. Our school is more than just a building, it is a symbol of hope, opportunity, and resistance. Let us not allow it to be extinguished. Thank you.
Any students in the second row?
Very good.
Welcome to the name for the record. You have 3 minutes. You can begin.
Hello, my name is Itania Cherry. I just started at 360 in December, and to be honest, I don't have any prepared testimony. All I have is my feelings, and um, I feel like I feel like 360 is a community. I don't know how to put this into words. 360 has something that no other school I've ever been to has. I've been to many schools in North Carolina, my bad, North Carolina, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and none of them have the community and the care that 360 has. The teachers at 360, they actually try to encourage their students to go to college, to go to class, to just try. Even if they don't succeed, they just want you to try and do your best and encourage you. I'm someone with intense social anxiety. Even being up here is making my entire body vibrate and shake. But 360 has encouraged me to speak my mind and speak when I believe that something is wrong. And I believe that shutting down 360 and merging it into JSEC is wrong. I believe that taking away the jobs from the teachers at 360 is wrong. Not because of money, not because of anything else, just because they've built a community, and I feel like other students should be able to experience that. New freshmen, the juniors, the sophomores, they should all be able to experience what the teachers have to offer. But by taking away that, by taking away 360, by taking away their jobs, these students will not have that opportunity. And it's honestly just sad. Like, that's all I can say. It's just sad to take this away from so many students who not only want this opportunity, but who need it, who need 360 for to encourage them to do better for their future. Many of my peers have stated that they didn't even think about going to college before they went to 360, and I am one of them. I honestly, I was just gonna let my life go to waste, and then I came to 360, and my teachers are telling me that I need to go to college because it would actually benefit me. It would actually encourage, well, yeah, it would encourage the rest of my life. Like, it would encourage me to do better, encourage me to just try more, try harder. And I think that without 360, I would be in a lot worse position than I am now. Thank you.
Any students in the third row that want to speak? Any students in the third row that want to speak?
Come on, don't be shy, y'all. Hey, y'all.
Welcome, state your name for the
No,
record.
go there too. Go
Go
next door. Nate.
Remember, if you want it, you gotta work for it.
Good evening, my name is Armando Ramos. I am a freshman at 360 High School, but I haven't been at 360 for that long. But in this past 6 months, I've seen that 360 isn't just a school; it's also a community and a family. And before I came to 360, I used to have really bad anxiety, and when I came here, it went away because 360 is like a family to me. I've met a lot of good people and I made a lot of close friends here. And when I was told about the closure, it really hurt me because there wasn't really any reasons. Every other grade level got told why, but all the freshmen, we never got any reason, or we never really got a reason, we never got a say. So I'm here as a representative for the freshman class at 360, and I would really like an answer for why you guys want to close down 360 and why you guys want to merge us with Juanita Sanchez.
Welcome, state your name for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Anaya Arroyo. I am a senior at Classical High School. I would like to preface this by saying I do not attend 360. But in the time that I have had to speak to these students that have been affected by the springing of the closure of their school, I have realized that the community at 360 is stronger than any other community that I have witnessed at any school, including my own. Students have been affected by the school department and in general Providence's lack of the state of Rhode Island's lack of transparency with Providence students. And the way that they have sprung this decision on them has definitely affected and impacted the right that they have to getting an education. These students, during the middle of their school day, with this decision being sprung onto them, felt so strongly about the decision that you guys have made without the opinions of them, their teachers, and in general, the citizens that are a part of the Providence community, that they had walked out of their school in the middle of the school day to take a stance against the injustices that you guys have done onto them. The stats speak for themselves. The student testimony speaks for themselves. The teacher testimony speaks for itself. The actions and everyone here, it all speaks for itself. So I would just like to ask, why are you guys closing 360? What is the reason behind it?
Fourth row, students in the fourth row who haven't spoken and would like to provide testimony tonight.
Hey, someone call the cops.
I want you to know the
Students in the
six
fifth
officers out
row.
here. What's
Someone call the
students
cops.
suspended.
Students in the fifth row, any students in the fifth row who would like to come up and speak?
Erlen, someone call the cops.
There's a whole array of cops out there for
Thank
us.
you, Representative.
Yeah, I don't what.
Look out the door.
Yeah.
There's cops outside.
James or Sal, if you're in the room, could you
Stand
please
your ground.
go attend to the situation? Thank you for letting us know, Rep.
Yeah.
I'd like to resume with the
Of
student.
course, go ahead. Yeah.
If there are any students, I'm next on the list, if you don't mind.
Are there any students in the fourth row?
Any more students want to speak? Come on up.
Raise your hand. Mr. Buck. Introduce and organize records. You start on this side of the wall, we'll make our way around. We'll start on the right side.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. Welcome, state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. You begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, my name is Ben Fofana. I'm a senior that graduated in 2022 from 360 High School. So today I came basically to tell you guys what basically is my opinion on the decision you guys made. I'm not really here to really kind of like bash on why you guys did it. We just really want to know why was the reason, like, you know, 360 is like the school that's gonna be closed now. Because for me, as a graduate from 2002, 360 is a new school, you know. My 4 years of being in 360, I kind of say like it was like a work on myself. And how can I say, like, it was like a character development during those 4 years. Coming from like an immigrant country, I came here in 2016, not speaking a lot of like English and all of that, and getting into like middle school that early and going back into like high school was very like kind of like a difficult challenge for me. So getting into a 360, they kind of like helped me being just like, you know, integrate with like everybody. So it was a place where I got the chance to say where I learned a lot of stuff and I got a lot of opportunity to that school. For example, I was part of a team called SQ team. I don't know if you guys like familiar with that. So me being during that time with SQ, I learned a lot of stuff of like, for example, how other school work, of how other teachers work. And during that program, I would get the chance to like, how can I say, explore outside of like the state too with 360. And that was something that I didn't see outside of like adult school department. I didn't see no high school like doing that. So for me, like it was like, you know, a step up, I would say, in the school district in Providence here, compared to like all the school, like all the like rating from like other school compared to 360. I would say like it was like it's higher, you know, based compared to like when it comes to like education wise. I know I'm not like I'm kind of like all over the place because I'm kind of like stressed out and then I'm mad because for me 360 I thought it was gonna be like a best school. Tomorrow I would tell my kid like, hey, I graduated from this school. I was one of the few first students to graduate from 360 because tomorrow I see myself as becoming someone better and becoming someone big. And I want to look back to when and be like, hey, there was the school that I graduated from. And thank you so much.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? All right. Hello, my name is Aquaria Butler. I am a part of the first graduating class of 360. I first attended 360 back in like 2014, 2015. I remember 360, it was so small. It was like literally like 20 students. And now that I'm here today at this meeting about the decision, you guys made and stuff, I see how big 360 has come. 360 is family to me because they always looked out for me, they always helped me. And not only am I talking about like school stuff, like I was an athlete in high school. I remember my teacher, like Ellen and James, used to come to my basketball games. Not only has 360, shown me support and like not only did 360 have shown me support, but they also showed me a whole bunch of like leader skills and how to publicly speak and how to be open about myself. It's just really sad about this decision. When I first heard about this decision, I was really sad because it's been like 6 years since I graduated. It feels like 5, 6 years since I graduated high school, and I was looking forward to like attending, the first family reunion or something in the next 5 more years. But 360, we're all so close. Like I see other people talk about before, like how 360 shows like leadership skills. They're very big on that. And not only does 360 show leadership skills, but they also prepare you for college. Like when I was a junior and senior at 360, I had an English teacher named Brian. And I remember he used to make us write these essays, and I never understood because it was like so long essays and stuff. But now that I just graduated college, 2023 at URI as a Bachelor's of Fine Arts, I see and without 360, I wouldn't be who I am today. I would never knew how much I would love art without my teacher James, who was there to help me. I would have never knew how not powerful, but how spoken I could be, like speaking up against y'all. Yeah, I'm a little shy, guys. A little shy, but together. But I just hope you guys can like change the decision. 360 is really home. It's really family, and I just hope you can stay open.
Before anybody else speaks, we want to let you know there is a police presence in the building. Somebody from the executive team has called on us. They would like to say it's over capacity. If you do not feel comfortable with the police presence, Providence Student Union is open right next door. We understand that some of us are black and brown, some of us are undocumented, and we are used to scare tactics being used to disrupt our organized protests.
And we have pizza.
And they have pizza. Youth in the space, you have adult allies around you. Please do not be afraid. Please do not be scared. Please do not put yourself in harm's way. My name is Clementia. I'm here for you, and I will be in the hallway. Once again, Providence Student Union is open for anybody who is not feeling safe or comfortable with this unjust police presence in the building. Thank you.
As I was saying, we're committed to listening to everyone who wants to speak tonight, but I will say this. You guys have a lot of great questions, the same questions that a lot of us up here have. And we are going to get to the part where the district gives us the presentation and we're able to ask questions. But we're going to do that part after the public speaking portion is over. So I want to put that in the back of your minds, because the longer we take for public comment, the later that presentation is going to be, which I'm committed to staying here as late as it takes. But I also understand a lot of you guys have jobs, school in the morning. Therefore, I just want us all to be conscious of that. Welcome, sir. State your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone.
Mr. President, we have a problem here. Come on, this is ridiculous. Mr. President, Mr. President,
Mr. President, we need your attention right now. The police department want to stop our students from speaking, and that's not gonna happen.
Mr. President, is it appropriate that the Providence Police Department is in a school board meeting?
How about who called?
It's inappropriate, Mr. President.
Why would y'all call the police?
All right.
We gotta go into recess, please.
No, recess. It's a timeout, basically. We're gonna call timeout. I'll be right
How
back.
about who called?
Why would they do that? I know exactly who called.
Yes, Sparky over there.
Go back to your office. Oh, this way. Let's go. Good job, parents and teachers. Good job. Stand up for the rights of our students and of our teachers and of the parents. These guys don't have no say. They don't have a voice. They don't even have a voice, man. We're dealing with the wrong people. The commissioner and the governor, who we should be dealing with. State went to school department.
Martha, do I pause this?
Yeah. And the secondary elementary council, too. We should be going after that. This is the people movement, y'all. Not the voice. You know what I mean?
Pressure on, so make sure February 27th on your calendar that the State Board of Education meeting. And see if you have to sign up to email, so make sure you get
Where's second eight?
What time and where?
Where is that?
Oh, no.
You still have to sign up for them.
I'm trying to see what number I'm at. I'm not a student.
So they're gonna do that and then go. Let me see if it's up
Who
here.
go to Colorado State? Come on. But if this is
These are the last of the list. What was your name? I don't know.
Right. They haven't even seen what's going to happen.
She said it wasn't on the list. Did you email? It was on the list. Oh, it was on the
Writing it in the so if they can either type it in or we'll go after the next one.
They started this, we gonna quit. I mean,
It was on.
Not even the politics. No such thing. That's why they filed late reports. That's why they filed no reports. Because it's losing those parts.
So I'm just gonna go after the next one.
Yeah, Erwin is gonna let everyone speak, so.
How many were speaking? Oh, you can tell.
It's just, this is the final list. We skipped a couple of
I think I just signed up.
Good evening, everyone. Everyone hear me? We are going to call this meeting back into session. There was a situation outside about keeping the hallways clear. We have struck a compromise. We're going to keep the hallways clear, and we are going to get back to our meeting.
What
calling this meeting back to session. There was a safety situation in the hallway regarding too many folks standing in the hallway. We have reached the compromise and folks are clearing the hallway now, and we will continue with our meeting. I believe there was a young man about to speak to the board before I call the meeting at ease. Welcome back, sir. State your name for the record.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jadro Ortega. I attended 360 High School. I started my sophomore year. I didn't get to finish my senior year. I ended up moving back to Georgia to finish my senior year. But my freshman year, I attended Central High School, and I moved to Georgia, came back here, and then that's when I got sent to 360. My first few months at 360, I tried going back to Central because that's where all my friends were. And that's really the only reason I really want to go back to Central. But the more I stayed at 360, the more I realized that 360 was definitely the better option. At 360, all the teachers there made me feel like I was important. Like they really went out of their way to make sure I understood things, make sure like I was comprehending everything they were teaching me, and like it really showed me that they cared for my education. Even though, to be honest, I wasn't the best student. I definitely didn't care about my education at the time, but the teachers definitely did, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I had because if it was up to me, I would have been Central, and I would have never got to experience the full 360 experience. I really don't understand. I was told that this was happening because of budget cuts, and there's a lot more schools out there who don't care for students like 360 does. At 360, it's like a family. So I'm very nervous. Sorry, I'm not good at speaking. I'm very yeah, that's all I really came here to say. I'm very disappointed with this decision. I really do hope 360 stays open, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
On this side of the wall, any youth on this side of the wall that want to come up and speak? Welcome. State your name for the record. Then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Natalia Evans. I'm a senior at 360 High School. Through elementary, middle school, I always felt like a background person. Just like I didn't belong anywhere. When I got to 360, I felt that I belonged somewhere. And the teachers, the staff, even my peers made me feel that I didn't have to be disappointed in who I was or what I believe in or anything really. Speaking of the staff, these amazing people not only take their time of the days to out of school hours to stay after school for office hours when students are struggling, but they honestly care. Like they don't fake. They're not there just to do the job. They're there to honestly help us. There's some teachers in 360 High School I can tell you could be getting way more money, making in the different degrees that they earned, but they chose to stay as a teacher because they feel that the students are way more important than focusing on getting money. A lot of these teachers taught me that I don't have to worry about everybody else. I don't have to be disappointed in who I am, and I can make my own decisions. I decided that I'm not going to college, but I still have that support from all of these amazing staff, my peers, administrators, principals. I feel that I can still be something without going to college, and I feel that other schools don't really show the type of support that I get here. And I just want to thank all the staff, administrators, my peers for being there for me. And thank you for listening to me. That's really all I have to say.
Hearing none from this side of the wall, back. In the back. Any youth that want to come up and speak in the back? Sure. Welcome. State your name for the record. You can begin when you're ready.
My name is Jonathan Smith.
If you don't mind speaking to the mic so the people watching on YouTube.
My name is Jonathan Smith, and I I started 360, I believe, in 20. And I think I dropped out in junior. But I'm from like the original class of 360, I went first weekend. And yeah, I don't really know how to put it, but there's some really talented teachers at 360. Like really, like I really mean that. Like, very talented. I mean, yes, talented teachers. Go around for it. Very talented. So like I said.
Thank you so much. Any students in the back? Students on the left side, to my left. Anybody standing on the left side of the room? Any youth who would like to come up and speak?
I'm not a student, but I'm an educator. But
1 second, educator. Let me check one more time. Any youth left in this room who haven't spoken would like an opportunity to speak to the board? Youth.
I'm not a student.
So I'm gonna go back to my list. Your name is probably on the list. And then we're gonna get to everybody, all right? So I think next up I had Daisy Vega.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes, when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just want to say thank you for all the students and alumni that returned to show support. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So as I said, my name is Daisy Vega. I've had the privilege of working at 360 High School for the past, this will be my 7th year. Prior to that, I was a school counselor in my hometown of Brooklyn, New York for 11 years. I worked in 2 schools before coming to 360. And my experiences at 360 not only made me become a better school counselor, but a better person in general. I've grown so much and learned a lot from our principal, Kerry Selby. Prior to my experience with Kerry Selby, my experience with administration wasn't very positive. I worked with a middle school principal that treated the students and staff with disdain and created a toxic work environment. I've worked with high school administrators who wanted their school to succeed so they could posture for a district position in the future. In both cases, the staff, students, and parents never felt important or validated. This is in addition to both schools having a high rate of violence and suspension rates. When my spouse, who was also an educator, and I decided to relocate to Rhode Island, I came across a video. Well, there was a job posting for 360, and I came across a video about the school, and it was only 2 years old. The philosophy and focus of the school just like blew my mind. I felt like this was where I really, really needed to be. Additionally, I come from humble beginnings. You know, I was raised in the public housing in Brooklyn by a teenage mom. My background is also, I'm bilingual, and I knew, like, I didn't want to come here and work. You know, when I told people I was moving, they're like, oh, you need to work in Barrington. No, I don't want to work in Barrington. I want to work in Providence because this is where I belong. This is where my people are. I'm not from here. This is my people. So Kerry saw my resume and called me immediately for a phone interview. Afterwards, I was given a date for an in-person interview. And this was no regular interview. I was sent a huge list of instructions. I needed to create a plan of action with data to support it. I needed to come up with a plan that would involve the community and improve my school. Like, I never had an interview like that. I was like super intimidated by it. But I did what I needed to do. I created the plan, and I needed to present it to Kerry, not just to her, but to students. And this was a interview in August. So I come into this room. I first went to Hope by accident because they didn't change the information that it was being moved to Thurber's. So I went to Hope. I was walking around an empty Hope building. I'm like, what am I doing? So Kerry's like, no, we're at Thurber's. So I took a cab over to Thurber's and I made it there. I go into a room and it's a room full of students. Many of the students that are back there on that wall right there from the class of 2019. And they were the ones that interviewed me along with Kerry. And I was really surprised to see so many students there in August. Like, these kids want to come back in August and help with an interview? Like, Where does that happen? That never happened in Brooklyn. I never saw happen in my other schools. They came in during their break. That means they were invested and included. And 360 students are still, they are still invested and included. All of the hires go through a similar process, and this is why our staff is so invested and so amazing. The attitude of the school and positive climate comes from top down, and Kerry Tulleby has been paramount in fostering this in our school community. The way she knows all of the students and has unconditional positive regard is something I've never seen in an administration. And when Rich Norris came on as assistant principal, she finally had her counterpart in that mission. Rich Norris is a proud product of Providence, and it shows in how much he cares for the students and holds them to a high standard. Our staff has become a family. Yet we deal with the same frustrations and challenges as many other schools in the district, but we're always looking for ways to make things better and do a better job in spite of it all. I never worked so hard in my career as I worked these past 7 years, but I also never wanted to be anywhere else. Regardless of what is being said out there, our data is comparable, if not better than many of the other schools in Providence, of course, with the exception of Classical and PCTA, who have requirements of entrance. We take anyone and everyone and do what we can to meet the student where they are and help them make gains, whether that's social, emotional, or academic. Over the years, I've gotten many calls from parents that were new to the Providence area and wanted their child placed in our school. And you know what? It wasn't because of any specific program we had to offer. It was because they heard positive things about us within the community, and because they felt their child would be well cared for and safe. And as a parent myself, those things are very important to me as well. Our teachers know that if they work at 360, after-school office hours are mandatory, with no additional compensation. In addition, we often have Saturday study sessions as well. Our students are given every opportunity they need to get help and all the help they need to be successful. We were told in the emergency meeting by district staff that the 360 spirit will be incorporated into the new school. My question is how? Is that the responsibility of the students? A positive school community doesn't magically occur by itself. It comes from the administration and the staff, and it takes consistency. It doesn't seem like this merger is being set up to be successful, and it's only going to create more stress for the student, staff, and parents involved. Schools that have a strong and caring administration, schools that have strong and caring staff, schools where students feel safe, schools that have a positive community, schools where parents feel welcomed should be celebrated and emulated and not snuffed out. Please reconsider this decision and think about what's best for the students, family, and staff. Thank you.
Going back to your list, you might be a youth that already spoke. Just tell me if that's the case. Rosanna Gorham. Rosanna.
Hi. First, I'd like to thank all of you for having us here this evening so you can hear our voice. I'm going to allow Pam to speak her voice because we've worked with all of her grandchildren and she's an important person to be heard. I just want to say I'm disappointed that Mr. Southern left. I heard his name so many times, and I'm really disappointed that our superintendent is not here because during our meeting that we had, he left halfway through there. So I'm going to thank you very much for staying and listening. And Pam, take it away.
Welcome, Pam. You have 3 minutes. You can begin when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Pam, and I am the grandmother of 4 grandkids. 360, my oldest, now going to be 24, went to the Providence School Department from the first grade with an IEP. And when we got to 360, they were able to remove the IEP, and each and every one of those teachers and the principal, Miss Carrie, up down to Miss Alicia at the front desk, worked with them to make sure that they got what they needed so they can graduate from high school, which is a struggle for people of color in the community. You know, it's not something that they just can do, but they worked with them. They met them where they were at. They gave them what they needed. They guided them in the direction that they needed to go. And I need to say that all 4 of them graduated from 360 and all 4 of them are working. and have been working since they graduated. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. That just don't happen. They could have got lost in a big high school because they was in little elementary schools and got lost. So to be in 360 and to be able to get their needs met, to have somebody to talk to have somebody to guide them, to have somebody to teach them how to play golf. That's something they wouldn't have experienced. They kept me in tune with everything that was going on. They were on the phone. They were emailing. They let me know where each and every one of them were. They weren't easy. Right? They weren't easy. I know. It wasn't an easy task. But for them to be successful, for them to be able to make it through without a scratch. None of them went to the training school. None of them had any problems in what was going on with them. None of them. Because they had the guidance that they needed, something more than what I could give them. Thank you.
Gail Fraser. Welcome, you have 3 minutes, you can begin when you're ready.
Okay. First of all, thank you to the school board for hearing our comments. Thank you to everyone who has already spoken on behalf of 360. And thank you especially to the members of the board who have already publicly expressed support for 360. I've been a staff member at 360 since 2016 when we were located in a small segment of a hallway within Hope. Since those days, 360 has grown and evolved each year, and so have the staff and students that populate our school today. Over that time, we've experienced 4 different superintendents and countless different educational edicts that have trickled down from our Department of Education since the takeover in 2019. Really, over the past 8 years, the only thing that has stayed consistent in this district, in my opinion, has been the inconsistency and constant change that we've undergone. That being said, that has not been the case at 360. In my 8 years as a social studies teacher here, we have had consistency. We have low teacher turnover, and no one in my department has left for another job since I started. We have continued to grow in the number of students we educate each year. We have continued to grow in physical size from a tiny section at Hope to half the building on Thurber's Ave. We've continued to grow in desirability throughout the district, as evidenced by our wait list of 137 students. Growth and progress has been a consistent theme at 360. It's not an accident. Students like coming to school at 360, to the point where our favorability, safety, and security statistics for students are significantly higher than our neighboring schools in the district. Students like the culture and climate at 360, as tangibly evidenced by our survey work scores for both students and family members. Even teachers, who historically have a high turnover rate in their first few years of PPSD, responded favorably, with 72% of our teachers responding favorably about our school climate, as opposed to 52% in this district. 360 staff have never filed a single grievance against our leadership, and it shows in our data, where we responded favorably to school leadership at an 82% clip, a stark contrast to the 56% of educators who do so in this district. All of this data and numbers, though, is just proof for times like this, where we have to prove ourselves to politicians who don't ever actually step foot in schools, with a few exceptions. If any of the people who made this choice actually visited 360, they noticed the intangible effects of this data. Students and staff get along, we work together. Quotes like this, written in my copy of our school's 2019 yearbook by then senior Axel Suarez, prove that. He said, "Thank you for helping to build a school where we can tackle assignments at our own pace with unique routes. It's been a hell of a ride, and having teachers like you guys made things a lot better. I actually enjoyed going to your class and doing work. It says a lot." Fellow senior Trinity Rucker added, "Dear Dale, although you taught me a lot in history, you also taught me the importance of having a good relationship with teachers. Anyway, keep being great and thank you for everything." Another quote reads, "Thank you for teaching us when we were a mess in 10th grade. Your social studies class is the only one I've ever actually learned something in. Good luck with the underclassmen. Isabel Hogan." Before this decision, I have and would have continued to recommend Providence as a place to work to my friends and peers in the teaching profession. I would have recommended 360 to the adolescents and teenagers I see on the basketball courts, at public libraries, at the skate park, out in the city in general. If this decision is finalized, however, I would not recommend working in or attending Providence schools. Why support a bastion of poor decision-making when there are other options for both parties? And if this is the choice the Department of Education makes for Providence, voters should think, what other short-sighted and poorly evidenced but majorly consequential decisions is this Department of Ed willing to make?
Latrice Suriel. Welcome, you have 3 minutes and you can begin when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Latrice Surnell. Today I stand before you not just as a concerned parent, but as a voice for the many silence within the confines of our educational system. A system that is supposed to nurture, educate, and inspire our youth. Yet here I am again to speak on the incompetence that has seeped into the very fabric of our school district. We have been fed lies and empty promises that are as transparent as they are deceptive. The district's leadership professes to value education, and the professes to value education and the welfare of our students, but actions speak louder than words. In their actions, they paint a picture of neglect and a disturbing disinterest in the very individuals that they are meant to serve, our students. Our students, who are the backbone of tomorrow, who hold the potential to drive our society toward greater heights, are being failed by a system that seems to have forgotten the true meaning of education, the true purpose of a school district. The superintendent and the commissioner, the very individuals who have been appointed to lead with integrity and foresight, have continuously betrayed the public's trust. Their words have too often fallen into a pattern of untruths, revealing a disturbing belief that the community they serve is ignorant, that we as a community are incapable of distinguishing fact from fiction. Last year, parents banded together and fought tirelessly to keep Allen Strong Feinstein open. Our voices echoed through these halls, K-12 council meetings, the State House, and the media, but somehow we fell upon deaf ears. We advocated for our children's right to a continuous and stable education, and here we find ourselves again. It's a deja vu that bears a heavy cost, not only on our students' academic growth, but also on their mental and emotional well-being. But this time, instead of calling it a closure, Superintendent Montanez wants to call it a merger. A merger, in the ideal sense, is when two entities come together to form a stronger, more healthy institution, pooling resources for the betterment of all involved. A closure, on the other hand, is the termination of an establishment's operation, a full stop. Yet our district has blurred these lines using the term merger as a euphemism for the systematic dismantling and closure of our schools. This deceptive practice is not just a play on words, it is a betrayal of trust. If it is a merger, why give students the option to attend other schools? If it is a merger, why do teachers have to reapply for positions? Our schools are more than just buildings. They are the epicenter of community, of learning, and of growth. To close them down is to erase these hubs of potential. Teachers and administrators at 360 created an environment where students are not just taught, but are understood and valued. Students thrive in a setting where their social and emotional needs are met alongside their academic ones. To uproot them from this environment, especially when they have already faced so much uncertainty, would be damaging to their education. The time for complacency has passed. The time for half measures and hollow rhetoric is over. We demand transparency. We demand honesty. We demand a school district that lives up to its responsibility, that does not shy away from tough questions, and that places our students at the forefront of every decision. And before I go, I just want to let you guys know, Allen Strong Feinstein is still standing. You said it was crumbling. It's used every day. And a year later, we're still waiting on the minutes for the meeting. Thank you.
Next on my list, I have Rebecca Dalum. Welcome. You have 3 minutes and you can begin when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Dollin, and I am a first-year teacher at 360 High School. And I'm here today to urge the school board to oppose this decision and fight to keep 360 open. I first came to 360 when I was working as a per diem substitute teacher in the district last year. I walked into the building to music playing and people chatting, and was warmly greeted by our assistant principal, Rich, and office manager, Alicia. I immediately felt that this was a place I wanted to come back to. A few days later, I eagerly accepted a week-long position and then a long-term position for the rest of the school year. And 2 months later, I was sitting before a panel of students as I interviewed to become one of their full-time math teachers. There are more reasons than I can possibly name for why 360 needs to remain open, and so many of them have been spoken to by many of my fellow community members tonight. The community and love I've experienced at 360 is unlike any other school I have been in. Given those points, I also want to touch specifically on what this decision means to me as a first-year math teacher. My students are incredible. My coworkers are inspiring and supportive. I feel at home and cared for at 360. And this year has also been incredibly challenging. I don't think you need to look far to hear teachers testifying to how exhausting and overwhelming being a first-year teacher is. I am here today as a full-time math teacher in this district because of the leadership, support, and encouragement of Carrie, Rich, and the entire 360 community of teachers and students. They are the ones who helped me believe that I could do this job, and they're the ones who have supported me time and again over the past few months. Just as one example, yesterday, I ran into our principal, Carrie, in the hallway, and I mentioned that I was struggling with one of my classes. She immediately made time to meet with me after school, where we had an honest, affirming, and judgment-free conversation about what was happening, and then we jumped straight to making a plan for how to improve things. Within an hour after we talked, she had found and sent me additional resources. Even in the midst of all that is happening, she made time to make sure I was okay and to help me be a better teacher for my students. That kind of leadership is so incredibly rare, and it is foundational to helping shape the caring and challenging environment we have created at 360. It is the kind of leadership that keeps teachers in education. In the letter announcing the closing of 360 High School, Superintendent Montanez cited his hope to merge the culture at 360 with the redesign opportunities at JSEC. You cannot merge our community and our culture when you are displacing our entire staff and administrative team. 360's remarkable and unique culture and community is the work of years of dedicated and hard work by our administrative team, teachers, and students. The environment and community at 360 is how you attract and retain teachers. It is how you support students to flourish and grow. Closing it down before it's even had time to reach its full potential with no community input and no data is heartbreaking. It is how you drive students and teachers from this district. I urge the school board to join us in this fight and oppose this decision. Please keep 360 open.
Okay, next I believe it's Stephanie Beauty. Welcome, you have 3 minutes and you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you for having me. I had prepared remarks, but I feel like it would just be an echoing of what you've already heard. I was going to talk to you about an amazing assistant principal that you guys have heard, Rich Norris, who I had the great honor of going to college with and working on the same student organization with during our undergraduate years at URI. I was going to talk about the work that not only he does at the school, but even after hours, where he teaches budgeting skills on his porch, where he created the Gentleman's Academy to teach young men how to tie a tie. Those type of skill sets. I was going to talk about how amazing the students are, but you heard from them. So there's no need to talk about those things that you already know. So I want to speak truth to what is actually happening here. So a little bit about me. My background is in software engineering. I went to school here at Gilbert Stewart Middle School. I went to Hope High School. I'm a proud Hope High alumni. And I've seen what school changes look like. And they don't feel good. They don't look good. And what happens is the system just continues to deteriorate. So this is something that's been happening since I was young. And I understand that I might look young still, because I am not cool. But truth be told, the decay of this system has honestly been very political. And I think that we need to talk about what is happening. When we hear our governor being able to support a bond for $107 million to have a state archive building that no one visits, but then we're going to talk about pennies and dollars and cents and not being able to fund our schools, it's dishonest. It is dishonest.
When we talk about the people that we elect into power, who go on to serve, who actually create the funding formula for these schools, he is now our Secretary of State, Gregor Moore. So when we talk about poor funding, it starts there. And then we elect these people into spaces, but they find money to build buildings that no one's going to visit, but not invest into the students, into the communities. When we talk about folks going to the House of Representatives and talking to legislators, but then hearing another pet project for another college, whether it's URI or Rhode Island College, that honestly could be divested into the Rhode Island economy for our students, so that way they could be successful and actually flourish in these colleges. Why are we not talking about that? And when we talk about how important our local elections are, because in my realm as a software developer, I work with a lot of challenging people and a lot of challenging personalities. But when I don't do my work, and even when we have a disagreement, people get fired. And so what I think needs to happen here is that there needs to be a change not only at Providence School Board, not only in the way that our current elected officials who are supposed to represent us. We need enough of these ribbon cutting ceremonies, because what is happening here is we're closing down schools, we're closing down communities, we're deteriorating our Black and brown communities who are being disserviced. I have colleagues of mine who have gone to work here in the public school system, who have gone to Brown, who have worked in archaeology or social studies, and they leave because they talk about the politics of the Providence School District. They leave. And so what you're doing here is closing a successful school where every data would show and proven that you have teachers here that could have taught at Moses Brown, right? They could have taught in another private school. But they have chosen to work in your school, your public school systems, to give those kids an opportunity. And we take those things for granted. Because what we're doing here is playing pretend in front of our groups and in front of our constituents, and pretending that we have no power when we both know that we do. And the only way for the folks who are watching online that we change that is by changing the faces that you see in front of you, who do not represent the voices of your kids, who do not think about your community, who are only there to serve their own self-interest, and you vote them out and you change that until they demand and hear, not only hear, but actually meet the demands that you're asking for. So thank you for your time.
We have someone who would like to speak.
Welcome, state your name for the record.
Good evening, my name is Jennifer Wolf.
You have 3 minutes, you begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, my name is Jennifer Wolf, and I've been an English language development and French learning facilitator at 360 High School for 6 years. I've had the privilege to work with our current seniors as their ELD facilitator for the past 3 years. I've compiled some numbers that I hope will help you to understand who we are and what we do. At 360, we strive to use data to inform our decisions. The district didn't give us the data that informed their decision. Regardless, I would like to provide some information for you about our 360 school community, a word you've heard repeatedly. 9 years. That's how long 360 has been in existence. 5, the number of graduating classes that we have had. 4 of 9, the years we've been in existence during post-COVID situation. 56%, the percentage of multilingual learners, MLLs, in the 360 population. 65, the number of students in the 2024 class of 360 High School, which includes 2 ECS exceptional students. These 2 students who do not take SATs, who still count in our participation rate and our graduation rate, even though they are given the right to receive public education until they're 21. Note that students with IEPs who use transitional services after graduating also count against our graduation rate, even though they have fulfilled the requirements. We are penalized for giving our students more opportunities that they are entitled to. 7, the number of years that research shows that it takes children to develop academic language proficiency. 15, the number of MLLs in the senior class that have been in the US less than 5 years, which means 23% of the class has not had 7 years of language acquisition or instruction. Yet these students take the SAT and their scores are used to rate our school. We've been told that our school is chronically underperforming. Again, we've been open for 9 years. But Many people saying these things are looking at this data. How many of them are? How many people understand how the star rating for schools is determined? Why are teachers and students more informed about this information than the people making the decisions on our behalf? How many of you sitting before us know how school star ratings are determined and the nuances of what in each category entails? We are teaching our students to read, interpret, and question data. But have the people who make these decisions done this? Do you understand? We are asking for transparency of the decision making, equity for our students, and accountability for the actions taken. Thank you.
Next is, I believe it's Christine. Ready?
Dee
Dee.
Hello.
Welcome.
I'm not gonna sit here and beg for you to keep 360 open, because I know it's set in stone, you're gonna close it. So I'm here to tell you, the superintendent's nothing but a coward. You just shake your head at everything everybody's saying, and you're watching the friggin' clock for the 3 minutes to be up. Yous are all full of shit. The meeting's bullshit, you're bullshit, you're nuts. And your superintendent's nothing but a coward. Show his face. Yous are all pieces of shit for shutting such a great school. Dead serious. My grandson got a scholarship to RISD through this school. And where's your kid go to school? Where? Answer it. Where? I bet he eats with silver. I bet he drinks out of a glass. While these kids don't have a freaking school to walk into. But your kid's in a private school, guaranteed. You don't know one word anybody said. You're just sitting there shaking your head and smiling. Yeah. You look like a dope. Get a job, a real one. Because you're fucking useless. The whole fucking bunch. He's the only one that
Thank you,
cares.
Christine.
Right there, that guy. And thank you. Go fuck yourself.
Thank you, Christine.
You're all gonna go to the sky, because these guys don't fucking deserve you.
All right, so that brings me to the end of my list. But again, I want to make sure that anybody who wants to speak in the room is allowed to speak in the room. So I'm going to go from my right to the left. Anybody on the right side who hasn't spoken, who would like to speak, representative?
Yeah, sir.
Come forward. You have 3 minutes, so you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members of the school board. My name is Enrique Sanchez, State Representative House District 9, here in Providence. I just wanted to stop by and to support our community at 360, students, families, teachers. Look, I know it's been a rocky last 4 or 5 years. I think you all know where my position stands on the school closures, the state takeover of the Providence School District. And I feel like, again, we're here repeating another unfortunate chapter in the Providence School District that eventually affects our students. I think most of you know that I was a substitute teacher in the school district, so I saw firsthand how the students, teachers, and educators in the school community and parents have been suffering the last 5 years under the state takeover and during the pandemic. And now that we're in politics and we're trying our best to make sure that we push back against the state takeover at the legislative level of government. But I want to share a few things, a few updates, and a few comments that I'm trying to point across. The schools are under the state takeover. The schools are under the state takeover, are under right leadership. I'm very well aware of that. But the governor also supports the state takeover. The mayor supports the state takeover. So it comes down to a bunch of individuals, representatives and senators and counselors, and I think some of you as well on the school board here support ending the state takeover. This state takeover for Providence schools is the baby of the governor. I've literally been told by my colleagues in the House that the speaker will not commit to any oversight of the state takeover, that the speaker will not touch the Providence schools or listen to anything that's been happening here with the state takeover of Providence, and I feel useless. I feel useless alongside our colleagues who are advocating for the end of the state takeover and these school closures, because the higher structure of power supports keeping the schools under the state takeover. And yes, a lot of my colleagues are from the suburbs or from out of the city, don't represent Providence, and it's not that they don't care about the Providence school districts, but they just don't understand or don't have the connections to wanting the to fight for the school district. So, look, I come here with a few ideas, a few initiatives that we can, make sure that we prevent another school closure. We can kill that $400 million bond that the school district and RIDE are requesting from the General Assembly. I think since there's been no oversight, no transparency from the school district and RIDE towards the community, we can definitely kill that $400 million bond that they're requesting. The unions and educators and pro-public education folks also need to convince those folks thinking about running for governor to get behind someone who supports public education. People like Peter Nerona or other folks like Helena Folks or someone out there, that is thinking about running for governor to make sure that we push for top leadership of government to support public education. We also need to look into committing to oversight of the Elementary and Secondary Education Council. I feel like those folks have not been fighting for and advocating enough for Providence School District community members, educators, and teachers. And last but not least, the overall and the last ultimatum, the last option that we have is reaching out to Education Commissioner Cardona, who heads the federal education leadership at the United States government in Washington, D.C. I honestly don't think we're going to get anywhere preventing another school closure for another community unless we reach out to the federal delegation and we reach out to top leadership in Washington, D.C. And I'm already in the process of drafting a letter alongside some of my colleagues in the House who support ending the state takeover. And I hope that I can reach out to you guys as well. And I will be reaching out to every single one of you to make sure and ask that you also sign on to that letter, to hear our concerns, to meet with us, to come to Rhode Island, for them to come to Rhode Island, or for us to go to Washington, D.C. Just exhausting all our options here because I am tired of going through another situation in which our community is being left out of communication process without transparency. I'm tired of seeing our educators being pushed out of the school district. I'm tired of seeing our Providence kids being their identity being erased from this community. Our enrollment has gone down from 24,000 since 2019 to always less than 20,000. Something is very wrong there, folks. Completely wrong. And it's time that we unite and speak up. We make sure that we push back against these decisions that are only negatively hurting our families and communities. Thank you.
Anybody on the right side of the room who wishes to speak? Hearing none, I'm going to go in the middle. In the back, I see a hand. Representative, welcome. You have 3 minutes, so you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. First and foremost, I just want to state for any bureaucrat that was involved in Providence Public Schools and or the Rhode Island Department of Education that came and contributed to the decision to close 360 High School, that is absolutely a shameful one in terms of the rollout. And I think the fact that you're continuously hearing from community members from all walks of life, whether they are students, whether they're educators, alumni, and parents, continues to speak as to why that was a shameful decision. Because regardless of the merit, the research, and the data that goes behind the decision to close a school, it is a sensitive one that requires community dialogue. And yet, and still, there's been no community dialogue going back to last year, when we had a situation where 2 schools that predominantly serve Black and brown students in the city of Providence were closed, despite public outcry. And while the school board formally does not have any direct power and or influence in regards to how this decision could be altered, you do have a voice. Each and every single one of you has a voice that should be used to advocate for the interests of the public, for the interests of the students. In the interest of the students and the families that are before you is to put a pause, to put an end to moving forward with this school closure. And that can take the form of adopting an official Providence School Board resolution calling on the Rhode Island Department of Education and the Providence Public School District to not move forward with the closure. At the same time, we also need to recognize that as the school district moves towards the initiative around quote unquote newer and fewer, around the idea of consolidating our schools, the reality is there will be more school closures over the next several months, over the next several years. And this cannot continue to happen. We cannot continue to come back to these school board meetings, go through the K through 12 council, and continue to have public outcry after a decision has already been made. It is clear that we need a process in place, because when it comes to a city like Warwick, when it comes to a town like Coventry, they take the time to actually engage with the community before they move forward with consolidation and or any form of closure. And the fact that, again, we have community members from all socioeconomic backgrounds and racial demographics. In other words, a diverse community. It seems like they're just simply ignored, and we don't get afforded the same opportunities as other communities. And so with that said, for the second consecutive year, I'll be introducing legislation that would require any school district or Department of Education that wants to move forward with a school closure to have a public process in place before a decision is ever finalized. As a part of this advocacy effort, I would expect and hope that the Providence Public School Board will be fully supportive of it. More than happy to sit down with each respective member of the school board to have a conversation around the language of the legislation. I introduced it last year. We had an overwhelmingly positive hearing. Naturally, Ryan was opposed to it. But yet and still, I think with continued collaboration between the delegation that exists between the House of Representatives and the State Senate that represent Providence, in addition to school board members, and quite frankly, support from council members as well, that we can have the momentum necessary to ensure that this does not continue to happen, that we are never in a situation where we have to come back and have parents, have students, and have educators essentially trauma dump their experiences as to why their school is so valuable and why we need to preserve it from being closed. So I'm more than happy to follow up in terms of the information around the legislation. I would hope at the same time that over the next course of scheduling the next school board meeting, that there will be a resolution drafted urging the Rhode Island Department of Education and Providence Public Schools to not move forward with this closure, because we have heard the community clear tonight. And at the same time, we should also take into account, given the sensitivity around this issue that is not going away, future meetings should be held in auditoriums. The matter of the fact is, dozens, hundreds of people received a letter a week ago informing them that a school is going to be closed. Naturally, that causes outrage, that causes concern, that causes outcry. So we knew there were going to be hundreds of people in attendance tonight. And I am sure that there's logistics that goes into how the school board can manage to have a meeting outside of these premises, but it is definitely possible. And I will just emphasize it again. What we're experiencing here tonight would not happen in Coventry. It would not happen in Warwick, and it should not be happening in Providence. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, and then you have 3 minutes. You can begin when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Colin Whitney. Can you hear me okay? I am a full-time ESL/ELD teacher at Del Sesto Middle School. If you don't know, that's English as a second language / English language development teacher. I entered PPSD last year as a substitute teacher. My first day was at Del Sesto Middle School. And I signed on for, I think, about like 2 weeks or something like that. It was like one of those longer short-term substitute assignments. And I never left. So I understand the importance of of school culture and school community. And hearing the moving testimony by students, staff, community members alike about the culture at 360, my heart goes out to them. I stayed at Del Sesto mainly because of the students and the amazing families there, as well as some wonderful educators there who encouraged me to stay and who created a positive working environment. That being said, as a substitute teacher, I also witnessed some gross mismanagement, inequities, vacancies, rooms empty. I stayed for 4 months at the end of last school year. I'm not supposed to do that as a substitute teacher, but there are so many vacancies in PPSD that I essentially was their science teacher, even though I'm not a science teacher, for 4 months. And then the principal was inexplicably displaced, forced out of his position, replaced with a new principal, and school culture coordinator left this year, probably due to the same mismanagement of personnel of the school district in general. Also, a vice principal left. This was a leadership team that was very in touch with the school community. I'm really angry, by the way. That's why I'm shaking from anger, because I want to call out the so-called leaders of Rhode Island in the Rhode Island Department of Education. I want to call out the senators, Senator Whitehouse, Senator Jack Reed, the representatives, right? And for their ineptitude, for their complete mismanagement of funds, for their complete refusal to listen to community input and incorporate it into their decision-making. The police presence tonight epitomizes their priorities. It epitomizes the violence they do against the community in Providence. These school closures are racist. They are inequitable by design. The teachers at Del Sesto Middle School yesterday received an email that essentially said, we're all displaced, and we got to reapply for all of our positions. Everyone. I'm a first-year full-time teacher, but there are people who have been there for a long time, right? So, I mean, this is not just a 360 issue. We have abrupt school closures. How many now? Handful? How many more? Right?
Like 5, 6 already?
Yeah, right? And we got money for cops. We got money for war, right? We need to defund, demilitarize, and abolish the police. Yeah? We need to fund our schools. We need to stop sending money to Israel to be dropping bombs on the schools in Palestine. Yeah? These school closures are happening while schools are being bombed in Palestine with the direct support and participation of Senator Whitehouse, Senator Jack Reed, Dan McKee. If we can't trust them with our money, if we can't trust them not to kill kids with our money, right? How can we trust them to make decisions for PPSD, the State Department, and the elected officials of the so-called leaders of Rhode Island? So we need to listen to the community members here. I know as a substitute and as a teacher in PPSD, that decisions from RIDE are made and then unmade like that. Yeah? Time and time again. Unmake this decision. It is within the Department of Education's power. It's within the power of the people. Yeah, we're here for it's like 8:30 or something. We're not gonna stop. Let's say 360 gets closed, yeah? I hope it doesn't. But this movement is connected, yeah? We all understand that these are interconnected issues. All of our schools are interconnected. Our community members are interconnected. And we're fighting against mismanagement, misuse of taxpayer dollars, right? So, again, the Department of Education, the leaders, so-called leaders in Rhode Island have the power to not close 360, to listen to their community members.
You can get to your final comment.
Absolutely. And I urge you to keep 360 open and stop closing schools. Thank you.
Anybody to my left, to the left side of the room who hasn't spoken yet and would like to speak? All right, we'll make this individual the last one, and then we'll move on.
I want to go to.
Okay, we'll do. Is it a student? All right. So I have 2 more. Welcome. State your name for the record.
Good evening.
You got 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. As Executive Director of Providence Student Union, I would like to make a public statement that our organization and young people stand with 360. We stand with the community demand of transparency, and most importantly, we would like to draw attention to the measures of accountability required to ensure unprecedented school closures do not occur again. To many of you, I am not a stranger. I was a friendly face that hid behind a cube on this floor, sending your emails and securing your calendar invites. In this space, I would like to reintroduce myself as a community organizer and strategist that hopes we can meet a mutual understanding. Our community has been devastated time and time again by the lack of transparency or misguided narratives presented while strategic plans are manipulated unfavorably for our community. As we face the impending significant loss of ESSER funding and the imminent implications of this loss, including layoffs of primarily mental health staff, academic coaches, and MLL programs, our community is asking you to be honest. Honest about the empty classrooms we expect to see and your plans to fill them. Honest about the plans to redesign your schools, where you effectively define redesign and adequately attempt community outreach, and more importantly, identify what it means in the long term when the unsustainable vision of expansion goes awry without effective funding or resources. We are asking you to be honest. If you care about PPSD young people and communities, you will be honest about the real implications this multi-million-dollar loss will incur on our communities, and more importantly, you will leverage your strategic partnerships like that with PSU. As a person raised in an urban district, much like Providence, I believe education is a site of social work and anchor for our community mobilization. I am an adamant supporter of the public school district. I am not your enemy. Community partners are not your adversary, and we are not your opposition. In fact, I believe that we are your primary solution when resourced effectively. If you care about your communities, you will be honest, and you will reach out to those who are on the ground. Thank you.
Welcome, state your name for the record, and then you have 3 minutes to begin your record.
Thank you. My name is Wilmarie Sahino, and I am here to talk about 360. Excuse my language. My heart is in my ass right now. Not because I'm nervous, maybe a little, but also because I'm furious, I'm angry, I'm sad. I don't know why this is happening. So something we do at 360, something called a little town hall. Some students come up to give shout outs to their teachers and student staff. Well, I'm here, as this is my town hall, I'm here to say thank you so much, 360. I'm here to give out everyone a shout out to 360. This school is always gonna have a place in my heart. I did graduate last year, 2023, and I'm very proud of who I am because of 360. Coming into 360, it was very scary because I didn't know anyone, but that changed right away. And I had many friends, many student and staff. We call our teachers by their first name, which you don't see a lot in other schools. That shows you the bonds that we have together as students, a teacher, staff, all that. We have a great community, which I don't know why you guys are trying to take away. You can't. You can't do that. You can't put our spirit into something else because we are the spirit. We are 360. So I don't know what you guys are gonna do with that, but do as you may. So we also have coming into 360, 9th grade, I have my hub leader, Christian. I'll always forever be a Cub Ducky. Going through that, I was always a shy person, but 360 really embraced that. Everyone there embraced that. I ended up going into many programs, every after school program, started talking in front of other people on the stage, including other people to come and just have their voice heard. So I'm here sitting in this chair right now for other people who are scared. I was so scared to come up here, but here I am right now, right in front of all of you guys, telling you that don't shut our school down. Even though I'm not in the school anymore, it'll always be a part of my heart. They persuaded me to go to college, and I did apply to only 3 colleges. I wanted to go for baking and pastry, and a lot of colleges here don't really have that major besides Johnson & Wales.
And I actually did get into Johnson Wales as well as the other 2 schools I applied for.
Yeah.
They gave me a lot of money, but that was because 360 built who I am. They encouraged me to be who I am today. I am not paying to go to the school. They are paying me to go to their school because I am and I have to thank 360 for that. Everyone, the principal, Carrie, I love her so much. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Please don't do this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to move on to school board member comments. There will be a presentation from the district where the school board will be able to ask questions of the district. So if you want to stick around for that, I highly encourage you.
There are a couple of alumni who just came in who'd like to speak as well.
Is there anybody who would like to speak? I just ask us that we keep in mind that we have a presentation coming in. It's getting late into the night and it is a school night. But if there's someone who has something urgent to say, you're welcome to come up.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes. You can begin when you're ready.
So my name is Maximo Rodriguez. I'm currently at URI doing computer science and art. And I would like to say, from wrapping like teachers' cars in bubble wrap and messing around and just anything and everything, from going to skiing trips, going across the country, 360 has given me a different perspective on education, and also the relationships that adults have with youth. I'm currently part of the board of directors for Youth in Action, program here at the and seeing all of the lessons that I've learned from 360 transfer on to what I'm doing at Youth in Action, taking youth out into different spaces, nurturing those relationships, teaching them about schools and more opportunities. Just it all shaped who I am today, and even the characteristics that I have of perseverance and understanding. At first, I honestly didn't even think that I'd be like going to college or even staying in the school system in general. Just like based off like previous like family history and just circumstances. I'm from the Dominican Republic and I came here when I was 9 years old. I remember back when I was graduating, a lot of my friends, they had gotten into schools and I didn't really get into any schools. I might have gotten into one. And I ended up going to CCRI. Last year I got my associates and I have transferred to URI. Now I'm part of, I got accepted to a summer scholarship, everything included, to do computer science over the summer at URI. And I would very much like to thank 360 for the mindset that they've ingrained in me and the future that they've paved for a lot of you.
Thank you so much. Any alumni with last urgent things that they'd like to share with the board? Because if not, I'd like to move on with our agenda so we can get into our presentation. All right. Next item on our agenda, school board member comment. School board members, speak your piece. However, I urge you to keep in mind the presentation that we're all eager to listen to. So any school board member comments?
Can I go first?
Ms. Deacon, and then we'll get to you, John.
Thank you, President. Just to respond to the constituent that said I'm crazy, I am very crazy for quality public education, and that's why I serve on this board. And I'm also been attacked because I'm part of the LGBT community, and constant demonizing there. So I'm used to that. But I've heard so many very compelling from each one of you stories, backgrounds. They've all resonated with me. This is a very pressing issue. I have written a letter to the commissioner. I've asked for the president and the board to endorse that for me as well. This is, very nebulous situation here. I believe that as a board, we all feel strongly that, this just came out of nowhere as well. And we're just trying to work together to support the students, the teachers, and to just be supportive of each other, the human aspect, and realize that at the end of the day, we're all family. Education is important. For the students that came up and said, you're not going to college, maybe you'll reconsider later on. I was a late learner, going back to school later in life. It is very, very important. So thank you for everything, and for being honest with each other. And I support you and I hear you. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lincoln. Mr. Coogan,
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yep. No? Very low. Can you hear me back there?
Yes.
All right. First and foremost, I would like to apologize for my actions in the hallway. Sometimes I forget that I'm from the west end of Providence, and I can get a little bit out of hand. But when you call the police on students that is here to advocate for their school to stay open, it then sort of ticks me off and gets me a little bit upset. So that's exactly what I did, but I do in fact apologize for my actions, in fact, in the hallway.
No need.
Thank you. First and foremost, I just want to say 360 wise. I know I was at Juanita Sanchez when 360 first opened up. I was in fact a junior. And I remember I ended up saying, hey, Miss Tuttleby. She said, no, please call me Carrie. I said, huh? Because I'm not used to that. And then I believe Mr. Degman, I think his name is James. He was my middle school teacher. And he ended up sort of saying, no, call me James. I said, oh, no, your name's Mr. Degman. But that was sort of the culture that 360 built. They built their own culture. They built a school community and grew. I've seen it evolve through the years. And I just want to thank the teachers and the staff. Every time I go to Juanita Sanchez, I always stop by 360 as well. And I want to let all of you know you have a great, great community there. And I will not be able to stay for the presentation, but I'll try my hardest to meet with the district and stop by in the next couple of weeks to you guys' school. So brave students, brave teachers, brave parents. And I just want to thank all of you for all of your hard work and dedication. Really quick, I'm so sorry. Communication around the closure. Yet again, we're back to square one as it pertains to communication. We have to do a better job, district, on communicating these things. We can't just bring it forward to the parents through a letter. There should have been meetings leading up to it. So that you should have conversations that sort of said, listen, this is what we're proposing. This is what we're thinking about, and give the community a chance to speak about it. What's the difference between the community coming here outraged and you guys going to them a couple months in advance before making the decision and then being outraged? They're going to come either way. So please communicate. Communication is key. So I'm just asking the district to please make sure that you communicate. I know Representative Morales and Representative Enrique will be preparing legislation around that. Vice President Escobar has reached out to me multiple times on the closure policy. So we will be looking into that the next couple of weeks. I just want to let 360 know we're looking into it, and I'll do my best to try to support each and every student and staff there at that school. But I want to say thank you to all of you. Really quick, I just want to also, before I leave, I just want to welcome the new school board members that are here on today, Mr. Michael Nina, Melissa Hughes, and Ms. Ashley Newman to the board. This is, in fact, the first meeting, and it's intense. I hope you come back. I hope you come back. But this shows that there's a lot of work to come. You guys have 3-year terms, so this is what the community is all about. I'm in my final term. I don't know what I'm going to do next, whether I'm going to stay or pursue something else. But for you three, please continue on the positive and good work within the district in Providence, okay? But thank you all. Thank you so much. I tiptoe out in just a second, but I just want to say thank you to everybody.
I want to thank every student, teachers, and the community for coming tonight. I still have questions that I'm gonna ask the district tonight. For example, when did they reach out to parents? What did they use to examine to come up to these decisions on how many teachers going to give to be fired? I think that the decision to close at 360, this is another example from the district that they don't care or value our community or students' opinion. The goal, I still continue to believe that the goal for the state takeover was to take away our voice and our community voice. I just heard a parent share with us today named Lucia how her students been getting the special services that they cannot receive elsewhere. It is tough for family to handle these abrupt changes. I am gonna continue to fight to save the 360. And I agree with our state representative. We as a board, we need to write the resolutions and vote on it because we won't close 360.
Thank you, Chairman. Any further school board comments?
Is it on? Check. Okay, sorry. This is my first school board meeting. And I just have to say, I'm really happy it is. Because you all just gave me personally, and I think I can speak for everyone up here, just like a real ass kicking, but in the best way possible. And I mean that. A real orientation into what it means to be in a position of leadership. Whether we have the official power to say yes or no to an impending decision, we still do have influence, and we still have an obligation to do what so many people have said, which is use our voice. I just want to speak out in support for 360. I come from AS 220, a youth arts program in the city. And it's tough sometimes trying to work with high schools in the district, especially when we're sharing, folks from PSU and Youth in Action, we can attest to this. We're working with a lot of the same students. They come to our after school programs and we care about them just as much in so many different ways. I love 360 because 360 invited us in. I won't put its business out there, but when a student was struggling at AS 220 and in school, it was Carrie who invited me into the school to say, yo, come and politic and work with the teachers. Let's figure out how we can make a plan together as both the arts program and as a high school to support this student. 360 has always invited AS 220 into the space, and I think it's a testament to what I heard everyone talk about, which is the culture and the climate, which cannot be replicated. And I'm very fearful that if the merge does go through, that will be compromised, because we all know that as someone said here, that magic can't be replicated. That takes years of intentional growing, like a garden, which 360 has done. And I really want to urge those who do have the power to say yes or no to make this final decision. You can't replicate culture, and you have to really take what the community is saying serious. I can't imagine if AS 220, if our youth program was merged with another youth program. I can't even imagine what that would do to our program. So I can't imagine what it would do to 360. And I stand with y'all, and I'm gonna learn what my role is here. I'm committed to that and using my voice and platform as necessary on behalf of y'all. So thank you all so much.
What's up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also welcome to the new board members. And thanks most of all to all of the people who gave their testimony today to try to save money. 360. We as a board often are frustrated by our own sort of ill-defined power in the system to do what a school board typically does. And I think, many of us, I'll speak for myself, are as frustrated as you are about how all of this has happened. I found out about 360 by reading about it in the Boston Globe. So I think that says a lot about some of the dysfunction that's going on in the process of making important strategic decisions like this that have such a big impact on communities. This is a time of great change in public schools across the country. Some of the things that we heard about today, and you'll keep hearing about, reduction in enrollment, funding issues, etc., are things that are not particular to Providence, but are happening across the country. And as Representative Morales was talking about, there will be more issues like this in the future. There are great opportunities. The kids present and future in PPSD deserve the best possible facilities that we can provide them to learn it. But at the same time, those decisions don't justify the process of disempowering communities and not allowing people who are in functioning schools to have a voice and to, at the very least, an amount of time to prepare for the future. So I really do thank all of you for calling on the board to use our voice and to use whatever power we have. And I want to applaud all of you for the bravery that you showed speaking in front of so many people. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tuck. Hearing none, I'll echo quickly. I'll echo the welcome to our new school board members. Thank you so much for stepping up, stepping forward, and volunteering to be in this role. It's critically important, and I believe that this first meeting, it is really baptism by fire. You guys have gotten a really great glimpse at, the role that the school board can play. Students, faculty, the community, they've gone and protested at like 3 different venues now. And here we provided a space for every single person who wanted to come forward and speak their piece, an opportunity to. And so I echo also the gratitude to the community members, staff, and students who came tonight and shared their opinions, shared their insight, and shared their experience regarding 360. If any school board member wants to take on constructing or working with the district on a resolution, calling on the halting of this process, I encourage you to do so. There are multiple tools in the toolbox that we can still use. Are they binding? Will they have like a regulatory effect? No, but use all the tools in the toolbox is what I tell my colleagues. All right, so we're gonna move on to the presentation. Do we have representatives from the district to come forward for this portion of the agenda?
President, I will also be presenting from the bench tonight. Well, can I hear you? Thank you, School Board President. I'll also be presenting from the chair tonight. How's that in the back?
Welcome, Mr. Scott. Welcome, Mr. Sutherland. The floor is yours.
I too would like to thank the students and the faculties that came out tonight in support of the school. I hope.
Can't hear you. Speak it,
It's
Norm.
you.
Being silenced. Okay. Your mic on. Just like to thank everyone for coming out tonight and expressing your heartfelt feelings for the closure of 360. I always said to every faculty I was a part of in Providence during my tenure as a principal that I put our teachers up against any teachers in the state. And show some gains. Also like to just make a quick note of one of our teachers who passed away after 33 years working at Sackett Street School like grade 4. Mary Ann Koshan. Very in memory of her, I'd just like to thank all the teachers for the work they do and the sacrifices they make. So our first slide tonight, we're going to talk about how Providence has reprioritized high school pathways for all of its students. We'll walk through some of the current data sets for high schools that led PPSD into the process of redesign for our secondary schools. Our high schools are not moving in the right directions with the pace we need them to. We have taken steps with our middle school strategy to expand our pre-K-8 model. Now we need a strategy to fix our underperforming high schools. We see some data sets in the forthcoming slides that will talk through those data sets. With us tonight, we have Kelvin O'Dan from the Department of Education, who can speak to Providence Redesign Schools, but this compilation of redesigned schools that you see on the screen here is a responsive move that ensures that all students have access to amenities, electives, and opportunities that are a core part of the high school experience in most communities across our state. As I said in my opening comments, we have the Mount Pleasant Early College and Career Academy, an early college model where the schools dual and concurrent enrollment with Rhode Island College. We have the Del Sestos Team Academy. We have the new George Alvarez High School of Healthcare and Finance Careers. We have the Hope and Visual Performing Arts. Then we have the Juanita Sanchez Life Science Institute.
If someone, one of the presenters, for the benefit of our new school board members and community members who may not know, can someone briefly explain what redesign is? I don't know if that's upcoming. I just think it'd be beneficial if folks knew what redesign is, how a school reaches status.
So, Mr. President, members of the board, members of the public, first of all, let me start out by introducing myself. My name is Dr. Kelvin Roldan. I'm Deputy Commissioner for System Transformation. Let me also start out by thanking you for the opportunity to join you this evening on behalf of the Commission. I want to also take the opportunity to thank the students and all of the members of the public who attended this evening and took the opportunity to share with you their feelings, their concerns, but I also want to particularly highlight the student voices that were shared this evening. I want to acknowledge, I want to thank, and I want to thank them for their advocacy on behalf of their release and the school. Let me also start out by introducing myself a little bit as well. So my family has actually lived here in Providence for about the last 40 years. We can't hear back here.
You guys share the mic.
Sure. Thank you. So my family has lived here in the city of Providence for about the last 40 or 50 years.
Is it on?
Are you making? Better? Okay. So my family has lived here for about the last 40 or 50 years, and so I take very seriously the work that we do because they do benefit from the work and input that we put into this work. If I can, sorry, but this is the microphone you have.
You have to get real close to it.
Yeah. So if I could just take an opportunity to share with you what redesign means. So first of all, change and redesign is about providing opportunities for kids, particularly those who look like me and you and many in this room. The nature of redesign essentially is a federal process in which the department's application to the federal government states that in order for a school who has been consistently low performing, as the 5% lowest performing schools in the state of Rhode Island, and do so for 4 consecutive years, must undergo a very particular process of change. The majority or a significant number of the high schools in the city of Providence fall under that category. We have been working very closely with the school district, who has selected a series of approaches in order to turn around our lowest performing schools. Processes are expensive, but they're not processes that we have a choice around. In other words, once the school reaches a particular level, this is something that we are obligated to do, and the district is obligated to follow. So under those guidelines, a number of the schools, in fact, all of the schools that you see here are schools that fell into that category, with the exception actually of Hope High School, who actually fell under that category, but still, because of the desire for change and because of the organic approach that was taken for redesign in that school, the district and the school determined that they wanted to continue that process. All of these schools are designed around a set of criteria, a set of beliefs, and a desire for change in order to improve outcomes and opportunities for the students of Providence.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions on the redesigned schools?
So we understand what redesign is. We understand that these schools are on redesign. Now segue into the subject that the audience is here.
So what the data says on our 4-year graduation rates for our redesigned schools, our dropout rates, our math, and ELA proficiency. This data is from the recent accountability data that was published by RIDE. So if you look across all of our schools, you notice that classical and PCTA, the graduation rates are very high compared to our other schools. The schools that are in green are currently in the redesign process. We have Alvarez in redesign. We have Central that is in the district redesign. We have Hope in a redesign. We also have Mount Pleasant in a redesign. And then JSEC in a redesign. JSEC's graduation rate has recently increased 13 percentage points in the last 3 years. JSEC in 360, as small schools, their graduation rate is very similar to all of the other schools in redesign. You can see 360s in yellow as an outlier. They're in their 4th year of the same accountability metrics that haven't moved from their rating, as well as being identified as a CSI school in the lowest 5% of schools with all the other redesigned schools in the city. Same thing can be said on dropout rates. With all of our schools in redesign, all but 360 are currently in a redesign process, even though their data is very similar to all of our other redesigned schools. This is not okay, especially for our smaller high schools. Small schools allow for the personalization you heard tonight, for the one-on-one experience with the teachers. But from our data, that strategy is not working to have them ready for college and their careers. As you can see, all the other schools in our city have been placed into redesign.
You know, I just want to add, when you look at this data, it's important to know, and I know no one likes to have these conversations. No one likes to talk about the intervention. No one likes to talk about mergers. No one likes to talk about direct school performance. No one likes to talk about performance management. But the reality is that this is very compelling data and information. No one is happy with these numbers, but it is our responsibility to provide students and families with options and opportunities that are connected to the future economy and the needs of this community. We need to address these issues. This is not helping our families. We are losing kids. These numbers are make it very clear. The numbers matter, particularly in communities of color. And this is not something that we can ignore. This is something that is very necessary, and it needs to happen. We have to focus on what is our high school strategy. A significant portion of our high schools are failing our students and families. We have to focus, we have to provide for a strategy that allows for the district to provide a variety of options for students and families, and this is what this conversation is.
Chairman Mahoney, if you have a question regarding this slide, but I encourage all school board members to ask the questions related to the slide in case you have a question that gets answered later on. in future slides. But go ahead, Chairman.
If you can clarify to me, so you're saying that I see that 360, just like my present, Hope High School, Central, some of them have the similar data. So are you telling me because, can you explain to me why 360 is getting closed and they happen to have the same dropout rates than other schools? And are we planning also to close the schools because of it?
I think the chairman's question is, 360 has similar data to these other schools in redesign. Are these schools that are in redesign, are they also being contemplated for closure?
So if I may, so the schools that are in redesign have gone through a redesign process. They have a strategy, and they are not being contemplated for closure. The schools have a strategy. You can see they have been redesigned. They have been teams. 360 is being merged with the basic schools. I said merge. I know. I'm being clear what I said. So it's being merged in order to provide opportunity for the students in that school that they currently don't have access to. When you have a small school of this type and you have compelling data and there is no strategy around it, and by the way, when the accountability data came out not long ago, I want to say around January, the school is entering a redesign stage, one more year. And so the district has the option to choose early redesign of the school. And with the nature of the finances of the district, the nature of a lack of strategy for change for 360, the fact that there is a strategy for change attached to JSEC, the fact that it is a theme that is connected to the state's priorities and growth around life sciences and the need to provide students in that school, in that campus with greater opportunity, led the district to make a recommendation to initiate early redesign and merge the two schools. But just to be clear, the other schools have a strategy, they've gone through that process, and there's a connected strategy associated with this related to the life sciences piece as it contains to the campus of JSEC where 360 is located.
So if I get close to you, so the commissioner closing decided to close 360 because your strategy is there.
I'm sorry, I did not.
So the commission is deciding to close 360 because her designing strategy isn't working.
No, that's not what I said.
Can you
the
explain?
commissioner actually, the district made a determination, the district made a recommendation, and that was to connect to merge the two schools into a single school in order to maximize the opportunities for students in both schools through the life sciences space.
We keep saying it merge. We know.
Let them continue. I think we all have questions. We all have questions. Let's get the presentation. We'll continue with questions.
Can I ask one question?
Let's look first.
I heard that the district recommended this redesign or merger of the schools. When was that recommendation made?
I can talk a little bit through that process. So during the months of October, November, and December, we had several professional developments with principals to go into data dives for each of their campuses. Principal Tuttleby had a few conversations with her colleagues at the Department of Education, looking at some of the data we're reviewing today. She became ill and she wasn't able to continue with some of the planning that she initially had, but those data sets were reviewed from October, November, December at the commissioner's table with all the principals and the superintendent, just to review the data some of the data we're going over today. When the accountability data came out in January, and when we received our budget allocation from the state, we realized we had a big deficit. The data on the accountability rating for 360 remained the same. It did not move. They also stayed in year 4 of the CIS status, which is the lowest 5%. The district made a recommendation to the commissioner to go into a school merger, so both schools could expand with their comprehensive school improvement funds and their redesign funds, more opportunities for students to participate in the life sciences. And this all merged with the announcement of the state moving in a direction to have life sciences as one of its major themes, with the University of Rhode Island as a partner, who has committed to work here with. So, anyway, I skipped ahead a little bit, but.
Can we go through the slide? Absolutely.
So slide 10, we had some academic considerations. One, there was no offerings of AP placements at the school as far as the data set. The school has not undergone any NEAS accreditation. NEAS accreditation is the New England Association of Secondary Schools and Colleges that ensures schools are meeting and exceeding educational institutional quality. All of our comprehensive high schools in Providence have been approved by NEAS as an accreditation agency. The most recent being Hope High School. They just received their decennial visit, and they have recommendations to move forward that we align with the redesign process. Central is undergoing theirs next month, and I believe Ms. Aiken is invited to a presentation there in the upcoming weeks. So they have their decennial accreditation visit. So without any accreditation at the school, it means that when a student applies to a college or university, they're coming from a non-accredited school. So all the accreditation schools receive first priority into status on those campuses. That was another one of our decisions. We've identified all the schools in the district, and the only school that was still left, not in the redesign process, but that had lower growth than the other comprehensive high schools or their sister small schools, we're in the same pretty much category. I have 2 slides that I didn't show for SAT. And expanding the opportunities and career pathways, we've been approached by several vendors that want to help participate in the life science strand at the school. That strand is not built. So right now we're in an exploratory stage. So next year will actually be an exploratory stage where the students will actually work with the CTE director on 4 to 5 potential strands at the school. Those students will participate in a small cohort of 52, anywhere from 26 to 52, going through a biomed program, a dentistry program, a sports medicine program, whatever the determination of the school moving forward. So we're still at the early stages of the redesign process. So we thought it was an easier way to fold in 360 based on all of their data and all of these academic considerations. We wanted to make sure they had the same equitable access to all schools in the district, because all 5 of these schools are going under the new redesign process right now. So if they want to stay in the life science school, great. But we also have freed up seats currently at PCTA and all of our other comprehensive high schools. So the students who initially applied would be considered to actually go into PCTA in grade 10. So we think right now is a perfect time, as we're building out all of the programs, that students from 360 can actually have a voice in building them and a pathway that they might want to pursue. And then we had some other operational considerations.
Good evening, Zach Scott, Deputy Superintendent, and I'm happy to follow up with what Scott shared about some of the operational considerations. So we were with the board in the fall and winter to share what we were seeing as a challenging budget year for this upcoming year. And as we shared, that was kind of an initial starting budget gap of 15 to 30 million. We've continued to monitor that, but we know, that the main challenge hasn't gone away. And so that requires us taking hard looks at all spending across the district. There are not many easy decisions to make when you're having to reduce that amount of money to balance your budget. And given some of the academic considerations we shared, but also knowing that running small schools, while there are certainly wonderful aspects of that, they also come with significant costs, both in terms of teacher staffing, administrative staffing, and just to run a basic program of studies, it requires a significant amount for people. And so if we're looking to expand opportunities, particularly in these high growth industries that require a lot of expertise, technology and other things. It is incredibly hard to do that at a very small scale. And so again, while we're looking to make decisions around our budget for next year, none of which are easy, we do look at some of the academic considerations and weigh those along with the operational considerations.
An academic and an operational consideration that go hand in hand. An operational and an academic consideration that's also not in the slide deck is last year we did the cost analysis of all of our high school schedules. We had some schedules running on a 5 period, a 6 period, and a 7 period. Classical, for example, runs on a 6 period. They have the most efficient schedule. Their average classroom size is 22 to 23, where some of our comprehensive high schools who are running a 5, their average class size is 19 to 20. And for some of our smaller schools, we had the data that showed that their class sizes were actually running 16 to 18. So financially, every one student across that is a considerable financial weight. It's like I think we consider this to be close to 300 per student. So the schools that are running on an average of 16 to 1 are costing the district more money and having less opportunities. Any more slides? Yes, we have a couple more slides. I'll just circle back to the math and ELA proficiency. They both pretty much signal a red flag again, to the point that the growth here is not acceptable. And when we start looking at the redesign process for all of our other high schools, we need to start putting in honors programs, which we don't currently have at the 360 school. We don't have advanced placement programs at 360. So we're looking to put in all of our schools AP pathways. AP classes are weighted more towards a college-bound application for our students. So at Classical, you have 25 offerings of AP courses. We have students acquiring thousands of credits in the course of 1 year. They're expanding their AP programming to nationally aligned curriculum. Like next year in the fall, they're going to offer AP African American history. So the more AP courses that we can get into the schools through the redesign process, the more rigorous the coursework is going to be. And currently on the campus of 360, we don't have that the AP designation for our students. So that was academic consideration that was built up in that slide 7 and 8. I'll pause for a minute. So we're on slide 11. So why now? We've been talking to principals during the months of October, November, and December, looking at their data, setting up a data dashboard for their schools and for their campuses. When the accountability ratings came out in January, we decided to take advantage of the resource we currently have with our redesign vendors. In January, the accountability data for 360 showed that they were in the same rating status, accountability status for the 4th year in a row. Also to note, the school was identified as its 4th year of comprehensive school improvement, which rated the 4th year of the lowest 5% of all schools in the state of Rhode Island. The school was currently accredited. We're gonna marry that with the new life science and the future of Rhode Island. We had Neil Steinberg say that Rhode Island is going to be the life science hub. We had significant contributions to both URI and to hopefully the city of Providence through Neil. Changes about providing opportunities for students. It's not okay that we're performing at those levels. We think the change is now, and we ask permission to move forward on a district-initiated merger. So the next step for the merger in our planning process, upcoming meetings with families, 227, 314, on-site and virtual. Upcoming meetings with student leaders and bi-weekly collaboration. We've already have calendared events for the upcoming weeks to talk about the CTE pathways at all the schools and all the redesigned schools and what opportunities they might have to attend PCTA, any of our new redesigned schools, and their life in how to explore the life sciences here at JSEC. We've actually contacted every family of the 8th grade students who, in their school choice, selected 360. I believe there were 40 parents who said 360 would have been their first choice out of our 1,200 students. We had 40 students out of 1,200 choose that school as their first choice. We called them all up, informed them of our decision to merge that school with kind of some of the talking points in tonight's presentation. We actually reached out to the 317 parents that are currently going to be rolling up into that school. The case officer said that they've made an attempt to contact every 317 of those parents by the end of today. They have that accomplished. We're going to have student assemblies, more redesign plan and implementations. The redesign plan doesn't just end now for this year. It actually will follow through all of the 24-25 school year. So we're actually getting into the redesign phase for the school almost a year earlier. And then merging the two schools expands opportunities for both students at JSEC and 360. So the high school performance and strategies, small school size limits programs and opportunities for students. If I was in JSEC, I could only take classes in the life sciences. I would probably have a diminished course request or course choice for other electives, foreign language, gym, dance, art, computer science. So with the small size of the school, it limits how many choice offerings we can have. Each teacher is rated at approximately 88,000. So we have the school-based budget. The school-based budget has projected weights that go out to the schools, and all schools have to hire their teachers based on the projected weight of the teacher. So we have to really be strategic with our funds and dollars and how we're programming and scheduling for efficiencies at the high schools. I spent 20 years scheduling. I love scheduling. I love budgets as well. Scheduled every elementary, middle, and high school in the city. And through scheduling efficiencies, we're going to be able to save approximately $1.9 million this year, and also offer way more extended opportunities that are more rigorous little life science programs and redesign than we could just through the regular pathways that are currently offered. We do have our CTE director here tonight. We are expanding popular CTE programs at PCTA. They currently have a wait list. We were able to find, I forget the exact number, but across all of the programs, there are 11 programs. I think we found 30 spots that we'll be able to offer to 360 students. And students will now have a choice in the pursuit of what programs they would like to be part of. So they can actually choose the various pathways that we offer across all the schools. So Hope High School is the visual and performing arts. We'll have a theater program that links up directly with Trinity Rep. We'll link up with Rhode Island College and their theatrical program. We have the visual arts program that has reinvigorated the help of Dr. Paul's school. And they'll be able to take college credits with Rhode Island School of Design on campus. We will serve in a two-way meaningful relationship now with RISD, where they will send their practicum teachers to Hope High School to do their practicum work for teachers. We can send our students and teachers to their design centers. They will offer 2 full scholarships for art programming for students who go through their program. So we have a lot of exciting opportunities for students not only to gain credit, but get early access to some of our most prestigious colleges in the state. We have 13 colleges and universities. Most of them are going to have pathways through our redesigned schools and our reapplication process. So we're very excited about it. I led this work at Hope High School. It was Councilman Representative Morales went through the program with his brother. I believe he spoke out at one of our last meetings, and it was probably one of his best experiences that he had at Providence High School. But we do have an exciting video to show on the JSEC, on the merger of life sciences from the viewpoint of students that we'd like to end with the slide when you're ready.
It's a quick video show.
It is.
Well, here at YA Sanchez, we feel that industry needs students that have the skills to be able to do what's required.
Can you guys see the video on that
And
side?
so we teach them the skills
It's
to
a static
up,
picture.
and then we teach them how those
It's
skills
just a static picture.
transfer into real industry, and that's what industry wants. And logically, the way the curriculum that we use knows this. They know that these are the skills you need to have to be successful in the industry.
My future goals after high school is to go to college, of course. I want to be a doctor. I would say my favorite class is AP biology. We actually get to use the microscopes. We do experiments with slides.
Love to be present a lot because like missing one day is like a week behind, and that's actually helps me by attendance because like should I stay home today? Oh no, I have a lot to do today. I'm gonna be so tired if I don't do it. It also helps my work ethic. So like, just like being able to do labs, like especially dissections. Last year we got to dissect cow eye. I don't know what I'm dissecting this year as a little recruiter, but I'm excited to see what will happen.
I do think Juanita is preparing me for the future, especially for our biomedical career, because we have programs and internship offers that can really help you get where you want to be, and all the community service that you do can be put on a resume and applications, which can really boost your reputation.
The one thing that I think resonates most with me is the connection to industry. And these kids have these wonderful opportunities to work with Brown University and Lifespan and Rhode Island Hospital, where they pair up with the physicians there and they learn about cancer research and they get to shadow the doctors, and as a result they get a $2,500 internship. So it's a wonderful experience for the kids to learn the skills in the classroom and then apply those skills when they go out and they shadow the doctors learning about science.
Juanita Sanchez does offer a lot of pathways, and I am so putting it all up like because there's so many different activities, so many different pathways that I can choose. And I'm glad that our team here is allowing us to, like try different things. If I want to be a doctor, a surgeon, if I want to be a therapist, I want to be this. It allows us to really like communicate our thoughts together and have an internship and have my career path set forward with the help that Juanita Sanchez offers.
Just to note, our classical high school group, the entrance exam this year is full. We were able to open up 40 more seats at Providence Career and Technical Academy this year. So they're full. The Alvarez High School, which is also one of our nursing academies, is full. So we had all student choice for those schools. Then we're going to be analyzing the other schools. We've only gotten as far as Alvarez, but we're hoping that all of our schools that are offering these programs are gonna fill first. So we're excited about all of these opportunities, and thank you for hearing us out. We're happy to answer any more questions.
Thank you, presenters. Chairman Manning had a question earlier, so I'll let you pick up the question and then we'll pass the baton around.
Yeah, I think it's an output question, and on slide 13, and I think that when we come, when the questions come to us on vision close P60, like how many meetings did you have with the community before you came to the decision?
We can circle back on who we met with in the presentation and who we had conversations with. We do have.
I'm talking about community meeting with the students and consistent from their organizations.
So we're just at the beginning stages of rolling out this information. So.
We're gonna go this Bloomberg and then the city.
Thank you for that presentation. Who was a part of your redesign teams? Because as somebody who works in design thinking, regulatory design in my work, part of the process is inviting at the very beginning those who are most impacted by the decision. And we know that if the beginning is an unjust, if you have an unjust start in process, the outcome will be unjust as well. So I want to hear, I want, like to hear the answer, but it does seem from the folks who showed up tonight that it was a surprise to everybody in the room, including board members. So I'm just wondering who was involved in the redesign of in this case, Jason.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cindy Townsend. I'm the transformation officer for the redesign schools. We have a redesign team that we're working with. This process has been going on now for about 2 years in terms of writing the application and soliciting information from the community members, getting the needs analysis and other portions of the process in order to ensure that we did have a voice. Also, what we're working on now is making sure that each redesigned school has a student engagement team. We have members at each school, and so we're working really hard to make sure all community voices are heard, as well as students and teachers are involved in the process. And we do also invite everyone to come out to the redesigned schools and visit with them, so you can see the wonderful things that are happening in those schools.
Any further questions?
Thank you, Mrs. In regards to, I do see the bigger picture benefits of the expansion of the life science program, the hygiene program, great need in that area, but the funding gap between $15 million and $30 million, it goes on slide 2, that's quite expansive. That's over 100 percentile. When or how will that get narrowed down, please?
Yeah, so happy to share more about, can folks hear me? Happy to share more about the range of that gap, and I think we talked about it at a few sessions, which will drive some of that gap or some increasing expenses that we've seen, particularly around out-of-district special education placements. But the real driver of uncertainty is our revenue. So we've been in ongoing conversations with the city of Providence in terms of their contribution to the district. We've been in mediation every year. We're still in mediation for the current year. And so what started as a difference of a smaller amount between what we believe that we were owed and what the city believed has grown kind of exponentially each year because of the towns. So when you see that wide range, it's really driven by the uncertainty in our revenue. We've gotten a little more clarity on what state revenue was, which the governor's budget. Still needs to be finalized by the General Assembly, but that main driver is the uncertainty around local.
And that local wage has been flat, from my understanding, over the past few years. Is that correct?
Yes and no. So under the Crowley Act, the city is obligated to increase their funding to the district at the rate that the state increases aid. That hasn't kept pace with that. It's been block funded. We've reached settlement agreements in several years. So we have been able to receive some funding after litigation from the city. But in their budget each year, they put in the same amount.
Mr. Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Michael Nina. Thank you for being here. I know it's late, but it really shows how passionate you are about this conversation. I have so many questions. I am so confused about so many things that's going on, and I think that shows, the communication issues that we're definitely having with this whole process. I know in slide number 2 or 3, when they were speaking about the dropout rates and all these different things, there was I think it was a teacher, somebody earlier had mentioned that the data or statistics are not measured equally. For example, classical high school, do they have any students, like how many students do they have with IEPs or special education? To compare the data, because it just seems unfair that some schools have special requirements and they're being compared to schools that don't have those requirements in order to make that decision.
Classical is an application school, so they don't. PCTA, they do. They actually have the same requirements of the same population. So when we look at the application process for the PCTA, it has to mirror the same ratios of populations that we have in the whole city of Providence.
So PCTA has specific things for special education and similar numbers to the other schools.
Then we have Alvarez that has similar circumstances. I was a principal of both Hope High School and Mount Pleasant High School, where our ECS and our self-contained programs that were severe and profound and on the autistic spectrum were higher. We were at an 8% for our schools, so both Hope, Mount Pleasant, and Central have 6 to 8% of their overall population with ECS, autistic spectrum disorder. So it's a little bit higher than it is at JSEC at 360.
Yeah, I still have a lot of questions because even with the numbers comparison, it's just so many questions about that. The other question that I had was similar to Angel, with regards to the redesign team, who selected the team? And were like parents and, you know, people who are going to be impacted involved in the decision making so that their concerns will be heard?
Our expert residency on redesign team for us.
We do have a redesign team. We have a district redesign team, and then we also have school-based redesign teams also. So through those teams, we seek to make sure parents are involved as well as students and teachers are involved in the process. And if there's anyone that would like to join, we would love to have them.
So students, teachers, parents from that school were involved?
Yes.
And then one more question.
Well, I don't think that's
In regards to the,
Mr. Dean, I just want to clarify one of the questions. 360 is not currently in redesign.
No, sir, it's
So
not.
360 doesn't have a redesign.
No, it does not.
Correct. Just want to clarify that for you.
But that is what we're hoping, that we can expand that so that we can hear their voices and they can be a part of all the resources that we're bringing to JSAC through the redesign process.
oh, so the decision was made without doing none of this stuff with the teachers and parents?
Yes.
Okay. The other question that I had was in regards to, I think I heard right, that there was meetings being conducted October, November, December with the principal at 360, was also there and other principals. Was that to inform them of the decision or to ask them to participate in how the decision or what options were available? Because I overheard, I think it was you that mentioned it.
So in January, based on the data on slide 10, we presented to the commissioner our overall feelings on the campus and how to move forward.
January this year?
Yeah. Early February, we began to engage the administration of the campus, both on the JSEC and the 360 side. We began the planning process and information went out after we informed principals of the school. So it accelerated all of our meetings. So the meeting got wind of it before we could actually, again, go about some of our planning at the school level for that level of engagement.
Yeah, the commissioner, because I'm trying to figure out how the decision came about.
So I
without.
think what you're asking is about, thank you, Mr. Dean, for the question, first of all.
Thank you.
So the commissioner meets on a pretty regular basis with principals across the district to talk about student performance data, about a variety of initiatives, operational issues, budget issues, and frankly to talk about how performance is happening and what the role is of principals to that performance and support for students. I believe that the commissioner has had continuous conversations with principals, with actually every principal in the district, including the principal of 360 and JSEC.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a long series of questions, so if there's anybody who wants to go before me, I encourage you to go before me.
I'll stop my list here. The other question I had was regarding the term merger. What does it mean to you? Because for a lot of us, we're so confused about using the term merger instead of closure. It's like a play with words with a lot of things that I'm hearing. So I'm trying to understand like the terminology we're using. What do you mean by merger? And what is the difference between that and closure in this sense?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it with the merger here, you have students who are staying in the same building. They are not having to reapply to other schools. And to me, that's what's fundamentally different from the closure, where students having to reapply or be dispersed across the district.
What about the teachers?
Yeah, so the part of our contractual process is when positions are closed, people are displaced from their positions. We're in constant communication with the PQ about how to proceed in these situations. So yeah, the teachers do need to, with their positions.
So when we're using the word merger, you're only referring to the students being merged with the new program, but not the teachers or faculty, right?
I don't want to speak for the administration, but there's a specific contractual process when there's changes to a given teacher's position under the CBA. There's a contractual process which requires that those new positions that are created to be posted and made available for the entire department to bid on. So there's specific contractual processes that follow the CBA when positions are eliminated and then new positions are created to accommodate the changing of the program that's taking place at a given school.
Okay, so the 360 program is changing or is it terminating?
The 360 students will merge into.
I'm trying to understand this whole thing.
The 360 students will have an opportunity to merge into the Life Science Academy at JSEC. JSEC has its own school entity code. Because the school has its own entity code, the students are now going to be part of that school's entity. It's past practice in our district when other students merge into a school like Evolutions did. There's past practice of how those teachers under the CBA have to apply for positions at the new school entity. And I'm not an novice at it, like Jeremy's here. And this is we're consulting with the union on how to make this merger smooth for everyone.
I'm asking all these questions because this is where I think a lot of us are confused about when we're using terms like merger or closure, what's going on. And then regarding that, because of the change, how many teachers are currently going to be basically losing their jobs with terminating the teachers but merging the students?
So there'll be, there are 34 PT members currently at 360 that will be displaced. That does not mean they're losing their job. We have a contractual process each year. People are displaced, teachers will apply to other positions in the district. So just to be clear, displacement's not the same as termination of losing the job. Obviously, it's disruptive and challenging, so it's not to minimize that, but it is, when people are then able to apply to other positions in the district and retain the rights of the professionals.
And my last one, what will be the change or difference in the student-teacher ratio with students? Because are we hiring back the same number of teachers?
I mean, we'll see once we build the schedule. I think as Scott had mentioned, typically when our small schools have very low class sizes, in part because,
I mean,
yeah,
the
so
school now is small, but I'm trying to figure out, okay, so this is a small school now, being mixed in with a larger school. So I'm trying to figure out how the ratio will be, if there's gonna be the different number of teachers.
They're both very small schools. They're both less than 400 students. So two are small, two are too small. So the overall teacher faculty to student ratio would likely rise a bit, but the current ratios are well below and then anywhere else you'd see in the district in terms of staff.
So we don't know the exact number of the change?
No, we haven't built that. We haven't built up the schedules for next year yet.
We can project it out based on previous work with school-based budgeting and scheduling. It's probably going to fall between 20 or 21 where we weighted the school-based allocation as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand because I know previously we were said that there were schools that, because of the number of students in it were affected in scoring. And then now they're gonna have more students per teacher ratio. Is that gonna impact it?
So more teachers per student ratio means they have more dollars to spend on teachers and programming. The lower your student enrollment, the less money you have to spend on the teachers. So it's a reverse factor.
But I mean, I'm trying to guess something. They're going from like 19 students, I think in one of the slides mentioned that they have 19 students per teacher right now or 18, and now they're gonna go up to 22.
So it depends on the enrollment of the school. So as the process goes along and as students make decisions, the school will have to adjust its budget and its staffing in order to match the number of students that are entering the school. Okay, so that's the process that needs to happen and needs to take place in order for schedules to be set and in order for the ratios to be considered going forward.
So is that gonna affect the students that are currently enrolled? Will they be allowed to be back in there? Because if the teachers are, gonna change depending on the plan, does that mean some of these students are gonna be now sent to another school because of that?
No, it does not. What it means is as the number, so right now both schools are about the same size. So as the number of students entering increase, staffing schedules then will have to be done in order to account for the increase in students. There is no scenario in which students would be displaced from the school as a result of that.
Okay, so I'm trying to see, so we don't know how many teachers are gonna be hired yet. But you're telling me that the same number of students that are there are gonna be in the school. So shouldn't it be the same number of teachers coming back in?
No, not necessarily, because what you have here is a situation where you have school, the number of kids, for example, the number of courses that are theme related are channeled and may increase depending on the number of students that enter. The number of electives, right? So electives will probably go up because you will have more opportunity to create those electives, but it doesn't mean that every student will choose to be in the same electives. So those are all considerations of how the staffing configurations get made.
Mr. Lino, I'll go through questions. You can take over.
Thank you,
Mr. Lino. I have a series of questions. Does anybody else want to go? Because I'll probably take a long time. Ms. Hughes?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Melissa Hughes. I'm one of the new school board members here. I'm coming most recently from working with our district's Parent Advisory Council, and I just want to thank all of the parents as well as the students and teachers who spoke tonight. Something that struck me in this conversation was reference back to the turnaround action plan that's guiding our work during the takeover. And I know that that was driven by the community design team. So that work, those metrics, that is something that the community asked for as a whole in our district. And I think it was Mr. Matuk that asked, where was sort of the engagement beforehand? Because what I'm hearing is that just like us school board members, the community at 360 doesn't feel like they knew about this until it was happening to them. So maybe this is less of a question, and pardon me on my first day, and more of a comment that I'm concerned that we are holding out the community designed turnaround action plan, which centers family engagement, student engagement, community engagement, and our world-class talent with our teachers and the excellence in learning all together. We can't do that if we are not actually engaging the community at each and every stage of this process. I agree and understand that we are facing some catastrophic budget issues this year. That is super clear, and that's not unique to Providence. It's not unique to Rhode Island. But we have to do better about engaging folks along the way, because we can't keep having these conversations where we all feel frustrated and completely surprised when we make these hard choices, because the hard choices are going to keep coming. And I hope that we as a board, again, I'm brand new, so I'm learning from my colleagues. I'm learning along with my fellow new members. We want to work with you, the district, you RIDE, so that we can bring these hard decisions to the community and work together and hear from one another. And maybe that decision is still the same in the end, but we can't make decisions without hearing from folks and having the hard conversation. Please consider, as you make other changes in this budget, as you think about other programmatic changes, what are ways that we can meet folks in the beginning so that people feel involved, and even when tough choices are made, they're part of that. I am glad to hear that families are going to have a choice. of where their students might go. I think there are some amazing opportunities across our city. This is really exciting. I don't want that to get lost in here, that increasing the life sciences pathways and all of these other amazing redesign and CTE pathways are incredible opportunities for Providence. But they're also unique. You know, I loved seeing that video and seeing the students talk about what this work meant to them, but that's a super specific pathway, and that might not be the right fit for lots of students who chose 360 for this year and in previous years. And so please let us know how we as a board can help support you in that process with helping families find the right match, and also support these amazing educators that came out tonight to find another great spot in our district, because I hope we don't lose any of you. You are all so passionate, and I would love for my kids to learn with you. This is amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Any further comments before Ms. Newman?
I'll keep it really, really quick. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're bringing attention. I see the data. I appreciate the data. Just to elevate and plus one what Michael said, and I know there was a rebuttal, to that, but I think that we have a legacy in the city of punishing schools who work with students who have the most needs, and that is a legacy that we need to call out, call in, and correct. Because how can you ask school administrators and educators, to want to do this work if we're going to get punished for working with folks who have the most need? And graduation rates and academic rates are not on the schools alone. We know this. This is societal factors that are due to racism, right? Due to inequity, historical. And I'm sure folks sitting at this table know that and understand that you all are, trying to make Providence the best place it can be. But I think it needs to be elevated and said, like schools like 360, smaller schools. And I know as a parent who has 5 children who all have very different needs, that a large school format did not work for my kids, and it doesn't work for everybody. And I think about the youth that I work with in my work, many young people who come from the training school, young people with IEPs and multilingual learners and teen parents. That smaller school community is everything. It was everything for me as a teen parent, and I would have got lost in a big school. And so I do fear, I understand, I think that Providence, PPSD is doing a great job of branding, newer and fewer. And I mean that, I think there's something to branding that's important because it can rally people behind a mission, right? But I think it can also be destructive, and have the, kind of like present this idea that we're one homogenous kind of community, right? I think this model that PPSD is working out is interesting, as Melissa said, and focusing on CTE. But my question is, who is going to get lost in that mix? Who is going to get lost in that mix? How are we valuing culture as much, if not more, than academics, right? And quantitative success. And I guess my question, and I'll end here because I know we have more folks who need to talk, but how is culture and climate, and particularly the culture and climate that 360 has built, going to be considered, if at all, in this merge to JSEC? How are the values and the ways of being, what sounds, even the cohorts that you all have, I'm jealous. I wish I went to 360 now. You know what I mean? How is that spirit of 360? Is there a process or a strategy to make sure that the culture of 360 is valued and is brought into JSEC?
I think what you heard from folks was that there's a desire to include any student who wants to participate in the design process. There's still quite a bit of work to do. Not all decisions have been made as it relates to the JSEC design. The development of pathways are being created, and the staff is proactively trying to engage and will continue to engage students in the build-up of what that looks like to make sure that those positive elements are also part of the conversation. Thank you.
So I want to hone in on process, because I think in addition to the why, there's been a lot of questions around the why this is happening. like in my mind races towards like the house. Because I think that's an angle where the school board can chime in, be an advocate of policy and procedural policy and how this could carry out in future instances. So I have questions around procedure. So, Mr. Sutherland, you said around the fall, you said, you gather with your principals, you start reviewing data. In the specific case of 360, you had noticed that on accountability measures, it was at risk of going into redesign. It was at risk of becoming that perennial one-star school. Was there like a conversation with the school community early on, like, hey, you're at risk here. Next year, if you get another one-star, you're going to be in redesign, and that could mean programmatic changes. Like, was that highlighted early on for the school community?
That was highlighted early on with Principal Tuttle.
And what was the response? Was there kind of like a remediation plan? Was there like a, hey, you need to get this back on track because you're at risk of becoming a redesigned school? Was there a plan? And what was that plan?
So any school that is under CISIP or a comprehensive improvement support must go through a very thorough planning process. The school has been and had been under that category for 3 years, and therefore the fourth year only has that period of time in order to turn around. Any school that is under that category is required to have a highly intentional plan that is connected, that includes the school improvement team, that includes the principal, that includes anybody who wants to provide input and feedback on that plan. Every single school in Providence actually does have a school improvement plan in place that is consulted and engaging in terms of process with every single member of that particular.
And what was that plan specific to 360? What was the school improvement plan specific to 360?
I don't have this school improvement plan in front of me for 360, but system will have to share it with you.
Okay, so there's a school improvement plan. Obviously, it didn't result in the data gains that the data that you guys were
We focused on pretty much what things. Sorry.
Which are, go ahead.
Student attendance, reducing crime, absenteeism, increasing student attendance on campus.
We can't hear you.
So the CSIP plan for the majority of our high schools have 4 major goals. One is a graduation goal. One is a FAFSA goal. One is an ELA and math proficiency goal. And we generally have a community engagement goal.
Is there, so Ms. Newman's point, is there a data point, is there quantifiable data around school climate, teacher satisfaction, student satisfaction, parent satisfaction, or school climate and culture? Are those, is that part of the criteria that you assess when you're assessing the success of the school?
Sure, it's part of our turnaround action plan as well. It has those measures in the matrix. So
Were those metrics considered in the decision-making process to merge the schools? When it comes specifically to 360, like tonight you presented data on dropout rate, graduation rate. I would have liked to have seen soft survey data on student satisfaction, teacher satisfaction, administrative satisfaction, family engagement and satisfaction with school climate. Like that kind of data. Is that kind of data assessed? Was that kind of data assessed in the decision-making process?
we can capture it.
So who's sitting around the table when this data is being evaluated?
And say, no, I just don't supervise that particular school as a transformation officer. So that all the plans are approved not only by the CSIP team at the school, but they're also approved by central office, and then they're approved by the Department of Education.
So it was a school recommendation to merge the school. That's what I'm trying to figure out. The decision to merge the school. Who's sitting around the table and having a dialogue?
The names.
I say initially.
I think that's important, right?
Yeah.
Because they're coming. The community's here,
understand.
and understandably so, they're angry at us, even though like we weren't sitting around that table. So who's sitting around the table?
Around the table initially were the administration of the building, the administration of central office, the administration of Department of Education. Then we tried to put together a plan, a comp plan with the principals of both schools, how we're going to move forward to inform not only the students, the parents, the community of those campuses, and a plan to move forward before it became known to the community.
So just to be clear, the decision is made prior to the engagement.
The recommendation, not the decision.
So is the decision made now? Is the decision made to merge? Like, is that final? I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Thank you for the question. So the administration made a recommendation to the department, made a recommendation to the commissioner. The commissioner made a determination.
So the decision's final. And so now, post-decision, we're doing these rounds of engagement that you're speaking. You're doing these communication plans with community members, family members, and staff, and students. Now that's happening after the fact. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the timeline.
All the factors here are relative to the data that you consider here. We cannot continue to lose students in the school and schools across the district. The engagement will continue to happen, and we welcome the engagement of those families in the future design of the school. But we cannot continue to lose children in the school.
Thank you, Dr. Milano. Again, it's more about process. I'm not a subject matter expert. I don't have a master's in education policy, so I'm very deferential as to the why. I'm trying to understand the how. So, all right, so there's a recommendation, the district makes the recommendation to the Department of Education, they make the determination, and now there's an engagement plan afterwards to engage the community, to inform them that the decision has been made, if I'm understanding correctly. And so, all right, so in future instances, you're having the same data assessment conversation with your principals next fall, accountability metrics come out, and there's another school that maybe is chronically underperforming, also at risk of entering redesign stage or CC stage, whatever it's called. So I'm trying to understand the potential, the probability that this could happen again.
I don't think I'm going to sit here and tell you that none of these processes are ideal. And communication, we can always communicate more. 7 times 7 ways, every day of the week. So in this instance, we have a situation where we have significant data points that we are sharing. We continue to lose kids in school. We have to maximize the opportunity of that campus, otherwise we're going to be essentially depriving students from greater sets of opportunities, and we have a significant budget deficit to close in the process. It's not ideal, and I will, President, I will share that with you.
And I asked the question because
going forward,
yes, we should learn lessons, right? What are the lessons learned?
Well, I think we all learn lessons in processes, right? Let me just share that this is one of the last schools in the district that needs a strategy for change and improvement. Redesign plans have been made for the majority of the schools, and this is the last one of the last ones remaining to do that. Highly unlikely, I'll never say never because never is not a thing, but I appreciate your comment and I appreciate your feedback.
All right, so back to the questions regarding, I just want to understand, so I'm going to reiterate what I think I understand. So the current teachers currently at 360, are they getting priority for the positions that are becoming available with the merger? Are they getting right of first refusal? Are they getting preferential treatment for those positions at the current building that they're at? Or are those positions being opened up for the entire district?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. So one of the things we learned last year was with Wall Street Laura was to have an internal hiring fair first, because we moved towards a process where all positions were posted externally first. This year, we're going to do that internal process for the entire district. So in short, the 360 teachers wouldn't have the first priority at JSEC, but we'll have priority for district positions before they're posted externally.
Regarding administration, how is the decision being made around picking the next principal of this new merged school? How's that happening? What's the process like there?
That school currently has a principal.
So it's not really, I'm trying to understand the merger part of it.
Yeah, it's not
What happens to the administration at 360? What happens to the administration at 360? We still have to work that out. So we began engagement with Kerry and where she thinks she fits best within our district. She had put a couple ideas on the table that she had with senior leadership as well as the commissioner. And we're going to do the same with Houston Norris. Houston Norris expressed
So JSEC is doing this.
barely doing better than 360. So why go that option? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. Why go that option if they're just barely doing it?
Because they're the remaining school in the district that doesn't have any plan besides a comprehensive school improvement plan to come out of into a redesign process. We can't allow more students to drop out. We can't allow the 0% in math to continue to fester over the years. They're the lowest 5% quartile of all schools.
What do you think closing 360 is going to do to the morale of those students and their motivation to do better in school and be invested in school? Those students are more at risk of dropping out now after closing 360. And also, you're affecting the atmosphere of Juanita Sanchez as well. How is that?
I'm sorry to agree with you, but it's unfair if we let you get a second turn at talking and no one else in the room can. I'm just trying to.
I apologize, but
My final question is, okay, does this decision, so that's, and I get it, it's like mostly programmatic, it will affect personnel, it will be disruptive. I get that. Does it have to, is there like an approval process that's, like, does it have to go before any panel or body? It's not coming before this panel. But does it go before the K-12 council? Does it have to go through anything for approval?
Thank you for the question, Mr. President. So just to be clear, so the JSEC redesign plan went before the council and was approved by the council. The decision around the merger, which is connected to that, is not subject to council approval. It is a decision and under the Crowley Act, which the commissioner has the right and power to make programmatic decisions associated with the school. And I'm looking at school board's council because he can provide more context associated with that.
Is it going before any panel that the actual programmatic closure of this is?
Programmatic decisions would not have to go before the council as a matter of law, because they delegated that authority to the commissioner following the designation of the authority for Crowley.
Any other board members, if you have any further questions for the president? Mr. Matuk?
Thank you, and I just want to make a brief point. First of all, I want to say that it is really great to have RIDE in this room. And I am a board member, and I think I'm not the only one who feels that RIDE should be here more and help, explain to the community decisions that are being made in conjunction with the district. So I thank you for being here. And I also want to say that, I work closely with a lot of people in central office, and, I have total admiration for what you guys do. It's a difficult job. And, I know this is really difficult to get in front of the community after an unpopular decision has been made and face the community. So thank you for doing that. But I do also want to say, and the chair brought up the question of lessons learned, and maybe I'm stating the obvious here, but I just want to say that we know, everybody knows that the community feels that there is a transparency issue in the management of PPSD. That is not a secret. And when something like this happens and a decision is made, I'm sorry, like to close a school, and the people who make the decision insist on using the word merge, it makes it all worse. There's nothing to any of us, you can tell by the questions that are being asked, that has convinced any of us that this is a merger. Like 360 is being closed, and the kids are being given the opportunity to merge into PCTA just as much as they are into JSEC. And so choose your words like in a way that gives the community the belief that everybody's being super upfront about this. We've spent so much time, like, is it a merger? I don't know how that word was chosen, but it makes it seem to everybody else that it's an attempt to, make the decision more palatable to the community than people in the room thought that it would be. And I'm not honestly like trying to insult or, impugn the integrity of any of you guys. It's just that words matter. We have a transparency issue. Let's make sure we're not making it worse in the future.
Thank you for the feedback. Thank you for the directed feedback here. I'd like to also share with members and new members, congratulations, welcome. That I welcome the opportunity to engage more directly with you. I think when we were engaging in the design process and we went before the council, or the district came before the council to chair a number of the designs that happened over the summer, last summer, I actually offered to come and share those redesigns with this body. I'm going to make that offer once again this evening. I am happy personally to join you and walk you through the redesigns and the elements associated with these redesigns. This is exciting work. This is a work about the future and the needs of the students and families of Providence. It is very difficult work.
Too?
It is very difficult work, and I do appreciate your request to that end, and I welcome the opportunity to share with you directly, whether it be in groups, whether it be individually, whether it be in this room, to share directly with you what those plans are, how we are thinking about them, and what is intended to happen, not just for year one, because these are multi-year plans. I'm happy to walk you through this. I think we may require a few meetings to do that, but I am happy to engage in that conversation with you.
Further questions, comments from school board members? Sagan?
Yes, thank you, President. In terms of the merger, what is going to happen to the building at 360 currently when that merger transpires?
So the schools are co-located. So this is a function of a single unified campus around the life sciences theme. It will be the life sciences program at Juanita Sanchez. So the building remains, it's there, the students will just be all in a unified program.
So it'll be used for laboratory space.
Yeah, the design, the design is very exciting. It does require a significant amount of rethinking and investment of the utilization of the space in order to allow for certain types of labs to be constructed, for certain types of specialized programming to be created. I was at the school not just a few weeks ago, visiting with Will Steinberg, and I attended some of the dissection classes, some of the work that is going on with the students. I met with the students shared their interests, the students blood pressure at some point. So not a big deal for you. But it is very exciting. But there is, in order to maximize the opportunity and to create the different types of pathways that are necessary to maximize the investment that is being made around life sciences in the state of Rhode Island. There is a need to align the structures in the systems and to invest in the facility itself.
Thank you.
Mr. Nino?
Yeah, so I echo what everybody else is saying. Thank you for the work. I wish we could have had some other decision makers actually here with us. Just because, that's what everybody made time. There's people here, and it's already 10:22, and people are still here from the community, away from their families and loved ones to be here. I wish we could have seen that from the decision makers so we can ask them more direct questions. But, I'm very honest about this. My heart feels so heavy with this decision. Mainly thinking about the rush behind this for parents that just found out, board members that recently found out, and also trying to figure out how, like what Angel said earlier, how are each one of these students going to be taken care of in this process? Because, a lot of people that went and chose the school, according to what we heard tonight, were very specific about the community and the culture that they have there. So how are some of these students going to be helped, regarding, there were students that said they don't have no support at home. Some other students, have IEPs, all these things. Is there going to be any special process or support provided in this? Because, it's a decision that was made for everybody. So right now, this is what it is, and we got to deal with it. But how is the process going to be made at least a little bit more supportive for these families.
In our plan, we do have a personalized team that is going to be deployed to the school to help with these decisions and to walk families through, to walk teachers through, so that, we can help this decision be better for everyone that's involved.
Thank you.
Ms. Newman?
Sorry, I'm not trying to keep everyone here. But I just wonder, with the redesign again, I keep going back to the branding, and I don't mean that to sound condescending or superficial. I think that the thought behind the different career pathways that have been chosen make a lot of sense in terms of industry and things like that. But again, as a parent, part of what goes into my decision-making process of where I send my kids to school is also based on my location, the neighborhood, right? And I don't know about 360 parents, but again, what if there are folks in the neighborhood who were going to 360 because of culture and climate, but also proximity, right? And their young people are not interested in life sciences. What if I'm a young person in Washington Park, whatever, and I like the arts, but now I have to go all the way to Hope. You feel me? And what are the transportation plans to help Providence students to get around? What about young people who are in a neighborhood, choosing a school in that neighborhood because they have issues on different sides of town, potentially. And I just wonder, what are the considerations for folks who live in a locality where the CTE sort of pathway doesn't line up with their interests? How are we getting students to and from these campuses?
Thank you for the question. So, Providence is full choice district. So, particularly at the high school level, when you look at the patterns of how students and families make decisions, there is a pattern to that pattern. And in some cases, there is no pattern. In other words, families are choosing either based on preference, based on neighborhood, based on theme, based on a connection that they have to an adult in the building, based on a variety of options. I think, at some point it might be worthwhile either individually or collectively to really engage in what that looks like for the district as a whole, because families are making a variety of different types of decisions when it comes to where they are sending students or where students are choosing to go. And it's not always neighborhood based, and it's not always also makes sense in the patterns that we see across the district. Zach is more familiar with than me, more granular on this, and I'm sure that we will be very happy to walk through it.
But location and proximity is a factor.
There's location, proximity, transportation, theme, design, art options, personalized options, and so many schools have. There's a variety of options, and there is a pattern when you see how families are making these choices, and it's some of it is discernible, some of it is more random, but we can certainly walk it through.
Board members, it's getting late for final comments, questions? Hearing none, I want to thank the community, thank the presenters for this conversation. It sounds like a decision, but we need to keep the conversation ongoing. Right?
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to entertain a motion to continue all action items for our next regular meeting. Can I get a motion? Or a second? I have a motion, I have a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. And then I believe it's just adjournment. Motion to adjourn, do I have a motion to adjourn? Second. I have a motion, I have a second. All in favor? Any opposed? You're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.